Yeah, does it involve Rue? Of course it involves Rue. Although I think technically I started this. I think technically I started this. I think it all stemmed when I called Berserker shit. I still stand by my statement. Mentioned multiple times. I don't even know what it's about. I know it's about Rue and Lance, but that's about all I know. Rue and Lance, and it was triggered by what Lance said about me. A stupid strand of hair. I don't even remember what did I even, I don't know what I said. What did I even say? I don't even know. Yeah, I said, I thought I did. I was the catalyst. Uh, what did I say? The league has this army of drama. That's the only time there is drama. There's never drama within the league. Everybody's too busy playing.
Omaskis here Sado Jeefs know what I means Lily Brain.
I do. Thanks for 19-year resub Quiz and 34-year resub Cat. What did I say?
We can very important.
I don't know what I said. I don't know. I'm not buying it. Is he cooking? No. Berserker is probably the worst in the game there. The worst. Okay, so yeah, I didn't say the build was bad. I just said Berserker shit. That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
New Bedge.
Thanks for the 24-year resub night. Aggravating Bleeds and Crimson Dance. I don't think anybody knows yet unless PoEs confirm it, but I there's no way it works. But the wording kind of makes it sound like it works, but I don't think it will.
18 fully clothed cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch.
Thanks for the raid, Kimmy.
In fact, we can very important.
I don't know, I'm not buying it. So this is what triggered it. Is he cooking? No. Berserker is probably the worst in the game there. Dude, this is so stupid. This is probably the dumbest one yet, and I don't even know what the rest of it's about. I don't even know what the rest of it's about. Did I log off for one day and Rue and Captain Lance are having a fight in the cat cage? I genuinely have no idea anything about this yet. Dude, me neither. I have no idea either. I have no idea.
Hello and welcome, Exiles. Today we're going to educate.
The only thing I do know is that this is what I've heard, is apparently Lance said that Rue2 isn't a build maker either. Which I don't know about that one, but.
Rue2 on reality, because he seems to be pretty far removed from it. I'm going to give you the context of this clip leading up to it very shortly. The reason.
Listen, you want the real hot take? Here's the real hot take. Are you ready? You're not a good build maker unless you make good hardcore builds. Making a good build in softcore is a million times easier.
This is the clip. The starter thing is he's watching a clip.
Let that start the next drama. That's gonna start the next one. And that's coming from a non-build maker. Because it's too fucking hard.
Of me watching a clip of Lily, basically. Lily made a response to where she was watching my Berserker video where she said, I don't see it, I think it's gonna be crap or whatever.
No, that's not even what I said. That's not even what I said. I said Berserker shit. That's okay. So it's not even starting off right.
And then I said, well, I'm not worried about Lily's opinion because she's not really a build maker. I was trying to say this mostly in
Okay, but what did Rue do, dude? Because I agreed with Lance, I'm not a build maker. What did Rue do?
jest, but I probably didn't say it very well, and it probably came off more poignant and offensive than it should have been. And I apologize for Lily to that if you're watching this. That's my bad. Lily has made a lot of good builds, and I shouldn't have said that the way I
Why is he backtracking? That's not true. I've made like maybe 2.
did. So the mistakes were made. Point is, he sees this clip, and he gets all up in a tizzy, and this is what Rutu says. So by just a heads up, you should probably lower your volume of your speakers or your earphones because Rutu tends to be loud and screamy like a small child.
Look at what he's doing. It's literally the same shit. Every fucking league. Every fucking league. He's just playing the same shit and telling everyone how much he knows about build. You don't know shit. Look at what he's...
Okay, so for context,
I just think of the Alk. When I hear Rue, I just think of Alk now.
The reason this is why it is, he has had kind of a hate boner for me, for lack of a better term, since the Subtractum Rutu drama. The TLDR is, he was throwing a lot of stones at Subtractum for his build content creation, and I viewed it as he was throwing stones from basically a very glass house. He was promoting a build, Corrupting Fever Champion, which I view as a character that just has very bad damage and has a very bad league start. Eventually it becomes okay. It becomes acceptable with enough gear. But he was throwing a lot of stones based on another character, Fire Trap Elementalist, which I viewed as a character that would have probably a lot better league start and would be pretty decent. And you know what I decided to do? I decided to play both of them. I decided to educate myself. I hadn't played either one.
I mean, CF sucks, but I swear to God, I feel like every time I've heard Rue talk about CF, he says it sucks too. I don't know.
Of those builds. Now, granted, I'm a little bit more familiar with Fire Dot as I've played a lot of Righteous Fire, so it made a little bit more sense. It clicked a little bit more. I knew the item progression a little bit more of what I should be picking up, etc. But I didn't do any special vendor recipes to get +1 fires on the Fire Dot run. Point is, I followed the POB that was given from his Google Doc, and it led me to having a very bad time. Now, granted, I could have done vendor recipes to get, for example, +1 Fizz Wands. That wouldn't change my experience, like, at all. The damage I had was so far beneath acceptable, it was abysmal. The thing is, Corrupting Fever, you need jewels, you need clusters, and you need gear. And I wasn't going to go farm clusters and jewels on an XRQ to run. It's not made for an XRQ to run. But the point is, if you're promoting a build that somebody has to league start, they have to start at no gear, and then they have to earn the currency to then buy the stuff that makes the build okay. And in my opinion, the build should be good before you're even buying those items. I believe there should be some level of, this character works, there is a progression, you can farm the currency relatively easily.
But isn't CF's fine for what it does, isn't it? I mean, I think CF is shit and I would never start it, but I think it's fine for what it does. Like, it's obviously not for bossing. I don't know. I've never heard CF like oversold, but it's fine for league starting. It's fine for league starting. You just gotta know what you're getting into. Why is Rusa mad? Because he's a cat.
Easily to get whatever key pieces, and it should be fine. But Corrupting Fever, you're just having a terrible time until you get a lot of those key pieces. There's a reason why Tripolar Bear, for example, he didn't post his Corrupting Fever update until like 4 days into the league, when he had a Dragon Fangs with Corrupting Fever, when he had Cold Iron points, when he had Cluster Jewels, when he actually had the damage where it didn't look terrible. And even then, it was kind of mid-tier damage. So the point I'm trying to make is, the build that they were promoting as a good league star, Corrupting Fever champion, I just view as it's objectively not good. I think it's weak in most categories in terms of just start. It's just bad. It does become okay defensively. It does become decent offensively, but it requires a lot of gear to get there. And that's just like, if you're going to call somebody out for the build they're promoting, don't throw stones from the scenario where you have a build that is so trash early. It needs to be better than that. Now, Rutu doesn't really.
I mean, it's not wrong with CF, but I've never heard Rue say the other way around. I've never heard Rue say the other way around. Am I wrong? I don't know. I mean, he's right about he's right about CF, kind of. I think he's making it sound a little bit worse than it really is, but it's pretty bad. But I've never heard Rue, like, say CF is an all-rounder league starter. Am I wrong? I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't keep up to date on these things. To be honest, I think you are all kind of childish for acting like this. Why not just ignore it in real life? I also ignore stupid remarks and just move on. Okay, I think what's happening here is you're confusing me for these two. I'm just having fun, dude. I don't give a flying fuck. I think you're being childish by not understanding the situation here. This is YouTube, by the way. Bro, I'm not even part of this drama. I'm just looking at it, dude. It's fun. It's fucking a drama about PoE builds. What are you talking about, man? Nobody actually gives a shit. I'm just a fly on the wall? Yeah, exactly. I'm just a... But why make a video about it or stream? It's entertaining. Fight between childs. Bro, what are you talking about, man? It's fun, dude. What am I... And content is content. It's on you if you take it seriously or not.
Realize that because he's not a build creator. He doesn't have to deal with the backlash from people following his guide, etc. But eventually, maybe sometime he'll try to learn a little bit about build creation and he'll have a better perspective on things.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really part of this. Yeah, I caused it, but I'm not really part of this. I was like a fly that was in the room, and then someone Lance swatted at me and hit Rutu. Or no, I think the other way around. I was a fly in the room, and then Rue swatted at me, and then he hit Lance. And now Lance is hitting him back, and then I went back to the wall, and now I'm just watching. I caused this because I said Berserker shit, and then Lance said I'm not a build creator, and then Rutu... Okay, I don't really even know what Rutu did yet. I just know he said something.
Outside of that, not only that, the PUB I followed had a lot of errors in terms of pathing where it just wasted regrets, and in my transition I didn't have enough regrets I didn't drop regrets, and I just was kind of screwed. So that's one of those things where, like, there was a...
Did I even mean what I said? Yeah, Berserker shit. I mean it, and until I'm proved otherwise, I'm standing by it. I mean, have fun getting 2 tapped in white maps. I mean, if you're Berserker, have fun getting two tapped in white maps, dude.
pathing error, and I was like, should I correct this, or should I just follow the POB that was...
Yeah, now think about this. Berserker, last league, is better than it will be next league. Maybe. Potentially. Seems like it to me.
was given to me, and I was like, I don't know, man. Point is,
unless it ends up being like you really need that, unless that double exert node is actually super good, which maybe it is, but I don't know. I'm not buying. I still don't buy it. Quinn, a good build maker? Well, you see, the thing about Quinn is he intentionally chooses bad shit. You could probably make pretty decent builds if you tried to.
I thought his build was bad. I showcased it being bad. I showcased the fire trap. It was very smooth all the way to killing Exarch. And he's been mad at me ever since. He said I stabbed him in the back when I believe it as I was showcasing what I believe to be truth, which is Corrupting Fever is not that good on League Start.
Well, yeah, the problem with Berserker isn't doing damage, the problem is surviving.
It requires a lot of gear to be acceptable damage, and that's not something people should be promoting. And I felt that way for a long time. There's a lot of people that love Corrupting Fever, power to you, but I just don't think the damage is there. Now, outside of that, he's saying I create the same build over and over and over again, and I don't know anything about build making. I've never made anything, etc., etc. And I said, let me look inward. Do I actually make the same
He made a whole document on this? Oh my god.
build over and over again? He's probably just looked at Reddit recently. Reddit had a meme about how I was doing the classic lancing. I had a Balbala, I had a Wrathpith, and I had an Ivory Tower. So that's where his accusation is coming from. He's just not well educated on the builds I've made. And it's okay. We're going to educate him now. On the characters I've made, I looked all the way to Delirium League. That was the first league I posted a League Start build where I said, this is the character I'm going to start. I wasn't really making a guide. I was just like, this is the character I'm going to start. This is my plan. We'll see if it works. I wasn't really a content creator at this point. I was just sharing what my plans were.
Classic.
And so I went all the way up to there. These builds do not include characters that, A, I haven't made a video on. I'll give you an example. Searing Bond Hierophant was one of the worst builds I've ever made. Didn't even make a video about it because it was so bad. I deleted it in the first map I played with it, with the gear on it. It was that bad. So I didn't include builds like that. I also didn't include characters that were just doing like League Start progression runs. So like if I did a run to Exarch, I didn't include that as a build because it wasn't a fully fleshed out build. It was just kind of like, oh, I'm going to try to do an Exarch run. I'm going to practice. I'm going to get better. Something I've been doing more recently in Leagues, trying to get better at the game. Those aren't really builds. They're not really guides. They're not really showcasing the people. So those are the things I didn't include. And then on top of that, a character based on the amount of playtime I may have made more videos on. For example, Righteous Fire, Scion, I made multiple videos on because I progressed it from 20,000 energy shield to 69,420. There was a lot of gear upgrades I made. There was a lot of repathing I did, and I wanted to show updates as I was doing it. You know, I didn't want to just leave people that were following the build on YouTube dry as I made progression. So I did updates, but that is just one build, and so it's only.
What is this?
They make a whole video about me with my name on it. What is PoE gonna do about this? I'm just wondering. Like, what's fair is fair, right? Guys, what's fair is fair, right? I want to see what kind of misinformation he puts in this. It's a 20-minute video?
I'm deep into the React section.
Bro, Lance, you got kids, bro. You could, you know, instead of making a 20-minute video about me and PoE, you could have spent this 20 minutes with your kids and they could have had a slightly better future. But instead, you left them, like, crying in the corner, and now they're going to grow up to be a little dumber. Like, stop. You're wasting your time, okay?
Okay, dude. Oh, I forgot something. Hold on. Ew. Never mind. That's gross. That's what I mean. Really drama, pretty entertaining. What can I say?
Being counted as one build, even though I made like 5 videos on it, if that makes sense. Now, going through this, I counted 147. I'm human. I probably counted wrong. You can fact check me on this. I'll probably be a little bit off. That's okay. I counted 147 builds. Of these builds, 29 used Balbala, 10 used Ivory Tower, and 12 used Wrathpith. Quick little education stream for Rue too, because he probably doesn't know this. Valballa can be used for a lot of different builds for a lot of different reasons. Reason number one you can use it is if you want to have good uptime on a Val skill. For example, Val Burning Arrow has a short cooldown time, and if you stack 2 of these flasks, you can use one, use the other, use one, use the other, and then you can have basically constant Val Burning Arrows, which can do a very big shotgun. I did that a couple times. Another example is you can use it for low life builds. That's one of my favorite ways to use it. Coruscating Elixir, or just some sort of key flask you need, like a Ward Looper. You can use it for that as well. Another good example is just using it to have flasks during a boss fight. For example, my Trickster Chaos thought I was res capped, but I was just trying to min-max my defenses a little bit more, and I wanted good uptime on 5 maximum element resistance.
All right,
so I
where's
took
the
the time to
deuce?
farm Valballa. It didn't particularly make or break the character, it was just a good use.
He has examples and information for his claims, and Rue just personally insults him because he felt threatened. And Lily scoffs / rude AF about drama she started inciting is the same. Bro, what do you need to touch grass, man. What the fuck are you talking about? Also, Lance attacked me first. If anything, I have the right to be rude here. But I was the one who I was chill with it. Like, are you dumb? You're stupid. Lance attacked me. And then I'm like, GG lol. You're acting like a kid. Bro, you have never touched grass in your life. After he said this, I rated him and was memeing about it. Are you stupid? You're stupid. I memed about this like literally 10 minutes after it happened.
Of investment. It was just a high value thing. Similar to things like putting on a Mage Blood. That doesn't make the character a bad.
Direct insults when you're asked, dude, go stand up for Lance or something. What the fuck are you talking about, man? What? I'm not even part of this. I'm just enjoying.
Bad character or a good character, it just means you're probably min-maxing it. You realize Mage Blood's your best in slot, and you took time to put it on. How you use it, what flasks you use with it, that changes how good of a build you've made or whatever, but it doesn't make or break whether or not you can create a good build, because Mage Blood's just it's a good choice to use. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people that have probably used Mage Blood a ton of times, but that doesn't mean they're uncreative or they haven't created anything original. It just means they've probably been min-maxing the characters. Outside of that, Ivory Tower, for those who don't know, actually has 2 very distinct use cases. Connor, one man left, refers it to left Twix versus right Twix. Nice, right Twix is actually over here, but for you it looks the other way. Anyways, point is, left Twix is where you stack a bunch of life, you restore that life, and you get a big ES pool. Things like the Righteous Fire, Sign I created, that is a good use of life stacking with Ivory Tower. The other example is a mana character where you take advantage of the cast damage does not bypass mana line, and you invest into a bunch of mana scaling and makes very distinctly different characters
like a build
in terms
guide.
of what you're investing into or what type of build you're making. I think it's kind of crazy as an item that it can be a min-max item for 2. You're doing something like, for example, point is, very good with life stacking, just a lot of percent damage, a lot of percent crit. They all have distinct use cases. They can be used in multiple different ways. It doesn't necessarily mean every single build is the same. Like, there you can show two Valballa builds right next to each other, and they can be completely different things. Now, outside of that, all of the builds I went through, I found 4 total instances of me using all 3 of this combo. Basically, what he's referring to as the same build every league. I have a total of 2.7% of my total builds I've ever promoted on YouTube is the same build every league. A little bit off, you know, numbers are hard for kittens. They don't quite understand how math works. Sometimes it just goes past you. I understand that. And then for 2 combos where I'd use any combination of the 2 of these, I had 2%. 3 builds examples.
Also, who even cares if you make the same build every league? Nobody would ever think about saying this to Alkaiser. Alkaiser would square up and fucking own him, dude.
For it. Obviously, this is pretty low use rate from all the builds I show here, and there is some context to that. I have, for example, Wrathpith. got buffed in like 319. Before that, I didn't really use it before, or maybe I did once or twice. I'm not 100% sure. But the point is, with these examples, the numbers are going to be a bit skewed. In Delirium League, I was a pretty big noob. There's a lot of things I didn't know. I still am a noob in a lot of aspects, and I'm learning, I'm getting better. But the point is, I didn't necessarily know about Bala. I didn't necessarily know about Ivory Tower. I didn't necessarily know about Wrathpith. So a lot of those earlier builds aren't going to use those items. But that didn't stop me from making good builds that are impactful. And I'm going to showcase probably 10 of my
Do you think I could have a podcast with Lance and Rue? Do you think
most
they'd agree?
obvious notable use cases where I've made a very good build.
Okay, Lance, Rue, and subtract them. Do you think I could get them all in the same Discord call?
Build that has been impactful in a pretty big way in terms of the meta or progressing how
Okay, I just don't tell him. I get one in a call, and I just randomly add the others.
people make characters, or just an all-around build I would look at and I'd be very happy with how it turned out. Now, going through the builds, I'm not going to go into too much, but I'm going to scroll through the list so you can kind of judge for yourself of the characters I've made. We have the Necropolis builds, we have Affliction builds, we have Tota builds. I'm going to go through the full list. You can pause it. You can ridicule me for whatever characters I've made throughout this. Do whatever you like. I don't really care necessarily. You know what I mean? Make your own judgments based on these builds. A lot of these builds were bad. A lot of these builds were good. And a lot of the builds were me just trying things I didn't know before and then learning from them. So all good all the way
Okay,
down.
is this entire video him just talking about his builds? This video is not actually about Rutu, it's just about his builds.
Down through all the builds. You can pause this at any point. Look at those
Wait, oh my god. This is such a, oh my god.
builds. Make your own judgments. Do whatever you want. I don't really care. Now, I'm going to
Why
specifically
is
go
there
over the
so many
notable
lines?
builds, which I believe refute Rutu's example of. For lack of a better word, you don't know shit, Lance, is what he's telling me, right? I don't know how to make good builds. So, for example, of the notable builds, I pulled 10 builds out of the 147 as examples. The Necropolis League, I made Mana Man. This was used as for Peak Archmage and RF. Basically, this was a character that pushed defensive boundaries beyond reasonable numbers. We got all the way to 1 million max hits and higher. These are numbers the cat couldn't sniff on his builds. I've never seen his builds anywhere close to these max hits. So hopefully he can work on that and improve himself and become the build maker he thinks he is. Next up, we have the Trickster Blade Trap. This character is probably the character I am the most proud of because it essentially defined the Valdo map meta starting on December 18th. That's when I posted my first video about this character.
This is Trickster, what is this Trickster Blade Trap? Surely it's not just the Ephemeral Edge Trickster, right?
Was there anything like, what was different about it?
Trickster Blade Trap.
That's the wins. Is this one? I think it's this one.
I mean, can you really take credit for this build? This build's been around forever.
I mean, can you really take credit for this build?
Oh, I guess it's poison. It's poison.
I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. I mean, poison version. You slap poison berry tincture on it. GG, I guess. I don't know. Honestly, I think like claiming builds as your own is pretty lame.
I'd already run Mage Blood maps at this point.
Like most of the time, there's something very
similar that did beforehand.
Most of the time.
And the first time I ever saw
Like
It's very hard to
claim you actually created something. Like you need very, very specific. Nobody's ever done it before.
a build that could compete with this character in terms of doing the hard, quad, feared, ghosted, 90% less damage maps was a miracle. And he posted his build on February 12th, 2024, about 2 months later. I had created this build a few days after Valdo maps got introduced. He created the build that could compete with it a couple months afterwards. I think that's a pretty decent achievement, and I didn't see Rutu do it. I saw Rutu die on Penance Brand to a relatively easy map. So if you want to talk about build making, you want to talk about the highest possible challenge in the game, doing something like a voided Valdo map on a softcore consistently, this character did over 100 quad ghosted 90% less maps, then maybe have something to show for it. Of course, he doesn't have a YouTube. He doesn't back up any of the claims he's going to make, but he's going to scream and shout, and I'm sure he is right now. The next example I have is my 69,420 ES Righteous Fire. In my opinion, this is the best Righteous Fire that ever existed, especially up to that point.
I don't think he's ever seen standard videos.
I think it's probably still the best. Yeah, I don't know how it compares to Mana RF. I think it's close. I think it's probably still
But maybe that doesn't count. It is standard. Maybe it doesn't count. I don't know.
best. But this also puts the number of ES to a new extreme. Up to this point, I had seen builds that get to close to 30,000 ES and still be real builds. Required a lot of legacy special gear, etc., etc. And this just blew past that number on top of being a very good viable build. On top of that, hitting dot cap while pressing Val Righteous Fire on Righteous Fire. Fantastic. I'm very proud of that achievement. Next up, I have the Tri-Stack GC Mines Inquisitor. This is the first time I did an iteration of Tri-Stack, and this is something I view as a very good archetype that I feel somewhat responsible for creating. I'm sure there were people that did tri-attribute stackers before me, but I feel like I was pretty involved, and I have done a lot of different builds since this one, and pretty much every single time I've done Tri-Stack, it's been a good build, and I've done a lot of different versions of it. I've done Ice Shot, I've done Molten Strike, I've done GC Mines, I've done Self-Cast, and I've done Hexblast Mines now as my most recent iteration. Speaking of which, this context of this clip, when he's complaining about...
Look at what he's doing. It's literally the same shit.
Look at what he's doing. It's literally the same shit. So speaking on that, I'm doing this thing called updating a build guide. I'm not actually league starting this. I'm literally just updating a guide for one of my characters because I think it's a very good league starter, and people have asked me about it. They've asked me to update it. I would rather probably do other things. It's not necessarily fun to to update a guide, but I want to make sure it's a good guide. And so I'm taking time to refine it and update it because I want to make sure all my I's are dotted and my T's are crossed so that way people that follow it have a good progression and it works out smoothly for them. But he doesn't seem to know that. He thinks I'm playing this build again, whereas I'm just updating a guide. I don't know. Maybe he hasn't seen Zizaran update Explosive Arrow 10 times in a row. Maybe he hasn't seen Halcyon update a guide multiple times in a row. Maybe he doesn't know people update guides, but we do that in the build making community where, you know, things change and you have to adjust the character based on patch notes. But people want to know, is the build dead? Is it still work, etc. But it's not something the cat would understand. He doesn't really make builds, so we shouldn't be too bothered by it. It's a simple shortcoming.
Oh. Okay, so him saying Rue doesn't make builds was a misspeak. Okay.
He has. It's okay. Anyways, after that, we have Original Scripture Assassin Icicle Mines. This was something
Hell of a misspeak. I mean, yeah, but
I created specifically to do hitless Sanctum.
okay, I see. Because I was originally hearing that Lance said Rue doesn't make builds, which I guess that is what he said, but it's not what he meant. I'm like,
Sanctum runs, and I believe it was the cheapest build I ever saw doing hitless Sanctum runs. Rutu, for example, made a build that cost about 40 divines. He was very happy with it. This character cost less than 10 divines to make, and I think it was a little bit more noob friendly.
wait, is he taking credit for like a ZHP Icicle Mine build? Okay, I mean, I played that build. I played that build before Sanctum was even released. I mean, it's probably a different build, but
in terms of how easily it made the run. You could hit the enemies from off screen. I think he did Stormbrand, where he had to actually be close to the enemy to cast the Stormbrand. I think there's a high chance of failure rate of you dying to things like the Fire Archer if he does a pre-fire on you, stuff like that, whereas this character could hit the enemies off screen and delete them. I actually did a tech where I'd make my screen like a wide monitor or whatever so I could see enemies far.
finish my Hyro run. I didn't get the 4 stones. I got bored. Well, I did 2 stones. I could have got 4 stones. I don't feel like finishing it. I might do another run, honestly.
Farther away, and this did very consistently do those things. After which we have Hexblast Trickster Mines. This is a character I made in Sanctum, and this is just an example of a build that I like because it was a match made in heaven. It was just a perfect little combination between Trickster and Hexblast Mines, and I'm also proud of it because it's stayed a very stable top tier build since. You know when everybody
Like, what is... I don't know. I think it's very hard to claim a build as your own. Let's see, does he have a video on his Trickster Hexblast Mines? Like, what is actually different about it? Let's see. I don't. This is just Hexblast Mines with Sandstorm Visage. Did he really? Was he really the first one with that idea? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I mean, maybe he did. I don't know.
goes and announces how they have their top 10 picks for the meta league starters, etc., I'm very confident that Trickster Hexblast Mines has been better than most of those builds pretty much every time I've seen the list. Anyways, moving on, RF Inquisitor 315. This isn't necessarily a particularly good build, but this is just representative of when RF was at its lowest point. This RF, I think, was below 1% play rate at this point. What had happened is Expedition did a big damage nerf to everybody. Righteous Fire at the time was already pretty bad damage. And when you take a build that already has pretty bad damage and then you wreck the damage, well, it's rough. It's real rough. And it's one of those things where it's just like, I wasn't even planning to play it. And then I decided, you know what? I'm going to play it anyways. And I made a video called I Love Righteous Fire. And I'm pretty confident Ox watched this video. I saw him watch this video on stream and it got him excited about playing RF again. And I think it was part of the RF revival, a small part in it. I give the credit mostly to Pox because he made an incredible guide, and I recommend it every time somebody asks me about RF. I always recommend them to go check out Pox. But it's just something that makes me happy on the inside is that I was a small piece in RF getting some level of rebirth and people playing it and enjoying it.
But one was 315. One was 315. Expedition League PoE 2021. Jesus, it was 3 years ago. Whoa. Wait a minute. Hmm.
Welcome to Right.
I'm not seeing any videos from him in Expedition League for RF.
Number 8 on the list, I have VLS Pathfinder Hateforge. If you played Ultimatum League, you would have remembered Hateforge was all the way down to 1 Divine. I made a build with it called VLS Pathfinder Hateforge, and it went from 1 Divine to 1 Mirror. This is one of those scenarios where I made a build that became very meta because it was just very broken. Essentially, it was all about the Soul Flask that allowed you to get soul game prevention to pretty much 0, and you could automate your rage gen with a belt and some other.
And it's RF. Oh, that is during. I missed that one. I think it said 2 years on the... I think it said 2 years on the video, that's why. Okay, I don't know if you can... I don't know if you can claim RF for this build. This just looks like RF. I hope you're happy I'm gonna get banned because of you. At least say hi to me more. I didn't even do... all I said was Berserker bad. I didn't even originally talk about Lance's build. I don't even know how this started, dude. What'd you do?
Other stuff. It had.
No, I didn't flame Lance. I said Berserker's bad. I didn't say anything about his build. Except that he's not cooking. Because Berserker's bad.
Some weird tech. Point is, very good build, and I believe it impacted the meta quite a bit. Number 9 on my list I have is the idea of RF bombing, auto bombing. At the point that I made this character, it was pretty popular to make auto bombing characters, for example, with like Blade, Vortex, or even like Heralds and stuff like that. But one of my favorite builds was Righteous Fire, and they didn't do any sort of explode chain. It wasn't really a thing, and I had come up with the idea to make my explodes ignite, and that bridged the gap between Righteous Fire being a bunch of dot multi % damage over time scaling and the hit-based mechanic that is explode, and it created what I believe is probably the most fun I've ever had while playing a build of just smooth satisfaction of just gliding around.
Well, you corrected that Rue's not a build maker. He said he misspoke, and he said he's not a build guide maker. I mean, there's no way he actually meant that Rue isn't a build maker.
Around and just explosions. So I'm very happy with that, and I think it was a big.
There's no way it was like a
PoE soon.
backtracking. There's no way he meant that. Seriously. I mean, just think for a second. There's no way.
Part of improvement to how we make RF builds, even up to this point.
Like, that was clearly a misspeak.
Now, after that, Guardian, Herald Stacker. This is the build that made me consider trying to make more content on YouTube and actually trying to take it seriously. And
okay, thanks for the 3-year Prime hate fest. There's no way. Is he taking credit for a stacker?
I believe, in as far as I've seen, is this is the most dominant meta that has ever existed. It was basically a 50% play rate in Delirium, and the reason for that is you could play it as any spell you wanted. You can even play it as like wand skills. There were so many applications of it, and it just completely took over. It was a complete oversight by GGG.
Resub Hay and Prime Dirt and 5-year resub Lord. Okay, there. I mean, some of these are pretty cooked. I don't know.
I was still very much a noob, but somehow I spotted a diamond in the rough, and holy cow, was that an interesting league because of it. Anyways, these are examples.
I mean, maybe he did invent that. I don't know, but I don't know.
Examples of the noteworthy builds I would pick out of the 100.
The person who posts about it day 4. Dude, I remember I made a juiced aura stacker and then I did a blight map and a fucking blight boss got DD'd. I'm still mad about that.
Hello, fellow exiles. Number. I only needed 2 to get this to work, so we have 2 heraldries here. So that reduces.
Did the brown background of the passive tree look so much worse than the like light blue one we have now?
It's to cost about 7% of my mana. The big
tree looks so much
that
better
is
now.
the cause of the video that I'm making is Purposeful Harbinger. 10% of it here twice. If I had the Voices unique jewel, I could have it 3 times in each of them.
Daily aura stack.
Die.
I couldn't see that.
Dude, who was it that for so long, even after Aura Stacker got shot like 20 times, who kept making it in every single SSF event? Was it Carve? I think it was Carve. He forced that shit every single event. farming jewels to be at like 10% efficiency for 5 days.
So right now I'm only at 150% increased effective auras from these, plus an additional 50% in my tree, so we're sitting at 200%. I'm not building a support character, but I have far more effectiveness of auras than almost all support characters I've ever seen, without using generosity. To supplement that, we have this node here, Endbringer, 25% increased damage for each herald affecting you.
It was Delirium. Holy shit, that was so long ago. Dude. 2020. Delirium was a bad league for me. Delirium, I had like countless internet issues. I made a bleed bow character and I spent like 150 divines on a bow and I step into my first map after crafting it and I DC and die.
Going off of the last point I made, there are 5 heralds in the game. This node reads 125% increased damage. Once again, I have that 3 times. That is a total of 375% increased damage. That's better than old Grand Spectrum, back when it used to stack indefinitely. The most I was able to get with Grand Spectrum back then was like, oh, I don't remember. It was a long time ago. Something like 300%. Maybe it was more like 900. I don't remember. Anyways, I've invested maybe like 20 points, maybe a little more, and I have 375% increased damage to do with this. But I'll just start off by showing that right now with Discipline I have 5.3k
Blast
energy
finds
shield.
1, 2,
I have Grace
3
on,
R
and my evasion rating
space.
is Coincidentally, also 5.
Some people have some cooked.
And my damage on Wave of Conviction, which is
Bind.
my
Drama,
primary
more
triggered
like.
spell,
Germa.
is
985.
16 at the
Thanks
low
for
end of
that
the pendulum
0.9
and
euros, admin
20.9
now.
at the high end of the pendulum. I am an elementalist, so of course I'm referring to the pendulum. See what happens when we pump our fists a little bit. 6.4k energy shield, not a huge increase. 10 life. Really abusing Delirious myself.
Oh my god, old watchstones, Jesus. Yeah, I don't know if Lance can take credit for that build. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I have. Thanks for the Prime Tempest. I feel like if there was a definitive creator of that build, I would remember.
.47 I looked through today, and of them, one build uses Balbala,
I mean, I could be
the
wrong. I don't
GC Mines Inquisitor, and one build uses Ivory Tower. The example being my ES Righteous Fire Scion. Technically, on the budget version of the Righteous Fire, I recommended Ivory Tower just because it was a good item. But late game, if you're min-maxing that character, the item.
Well, making something popular is way different. That's way different. Well, I mean, I don't think that's what he's saying because that has no relevance. I don't know.
Item was a rare chest, pushing the max hits to the absolute limits. The point is, when
Yeah. Why is YouTube so shit?
somebody says,
Every fucking league, he's just playing the same shit and telling everyone how much he knows about.
Hey, listen, I mean, I'm a little biased, but hey, fake beef for content. I don't know. I mean, what else are we gonna do before leagues start? Make builds?
I'm playing the same shit every league. Maybe like
Thanks for the
learn
Prime
something or
Tempest.
educate yourself, do something, man. I get that loud is funny, but I would hope at one point you look in the mirror and say, do I really want to be known as just the guy who screams belligerently like a child? I don't know, man. Check your facts before screaming and maybe work on your anger issues. That might help you and people might start to appreciate your growing maturity. We'll see if it happens.
I don't know. If I gotta give my professional analyst take, I feel like I don't know. All Lance had to do was upload the Rue clip and then say like 5 words and that's it. Cause I don't know. This stuff is a little maybe a little cooked. Maybe I don't remember perfectly, so maybe he did invent all these things. But I don't know. I feel like I think claiming builds is pretty pretty tough to do. Like, this always happens. I'll upload some video that doesn't, in my point of view, doesn't have like a true creator of the build, and I'll upload it to YouTube. And then someone in the comments will be like, why didn't you attribute the creator? And then they say something like, I don't know, I'm just gonna throw out a random name here. Why didn't you attribute Dan? And then I'm like, because Dan didn't make it. This existed 2 years ago in a very similar form, but I mean, it was different. It's basically the same thing, right?
Build, and I believe it impacted the meta quite a bit.
Number 9. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, that's true. Next league, your build doesn't even matter because you're just gonna send NPCs to do your maps for you anyways. I mean, it's like, here's the thing, right? When Pathfinder first got reworked, I was the first one, as far as I know, that made a Blade Blast tree for it. But it was shit, right? Okay. No, that's actually not cap. I actually did the first one. But it was shit. But if it's shit, can I take credit for all the other people that did it? Because I was actually the first one. I'm pretty sure I was. Let me see. I don't even want to show it. I don't know what I was doing in that POB. If I showed it, like, it's actually embarrassing. But let me just say, I mean, I think I was the first one, but it was really, really bad. Let's see. When was Pathfinder reworked? Pathfinder PoE. Is it 321? When was 321? What even league is that? Crucible. That.
Just arrived, very short TLDR please, X.
I said Berserker bad. Lance said I don't make build. Root 2 had a spaz attack. Lance made a 21-minute build. 21-minute video that didn't need to be made. How do you, what's the format for searching before things? Like, If I do... Does that work, or is it just a year? Does anybody know the format for this? Does that work? That did not work. That broke it. What is this? Zero 2024? No. Fatal air show accident.
Very shortly.
Oh, is this the hardcore thing?
The reason.
Listen, you want the real hot take? Here's the real hot take. Are you ready? You're not a good build maker unless you make a good hardcore builds. Making a good build in softcore is a million times easier.
This is.
I mean, that's true. It's true. It's the hard truth. Before April, no, before May 2024. That's not right. How do we do this? Can you only do year? Actually, I didn't break my elbow. I fractured it a long time ago. Not now. No. Manually click the filter because that only gives this, like, this doesn't give me what I want. You select the video based on the upload date. Follow the format year, month, day. Okay, hell yeah. Zippy always has the best messages. Wait, that's not how that works. Yeah, okay. Day 01. Did that work? Oh, I guess it worked. Blade Blast Unloader. Wait a minute. Oh, it's 23. 23. You still stand at Lance after this cringe because Rue is toxic. Is that what I think that is? Wait, can you... Are those the right words? I mean... Before 2020... Wait. Okay. Let's see. You see this? Look at this. Pathfinder Blade Blast. I actually... this was like 3 days before. This was like 3 days before Crucible League. See, I think Crucible League was April 7th. But I don't take credit for this build. Where is it? Crucible. What? Come on. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Crucible was April 7th. No, Gucci made the good version. You'll know this isn't Gucci when you see the passive tree, okay? When you see the passive tree, you'll know that I made it. Because it's really bad. I'm scared to even show this. I think I might have updated it because the original was so bad, actually. I don't even... I might have put Gucci's POB because mine was so bad. Like, I'm genuinely... I don't even want to show this. I'm not sure if this is my original tree. I'm not sure. It doesn't look too bad. I remember it being really bad. I mean, it doesn't click this. That's kind of weird. with cluster. Okay, this is not mine. I definitely did not make the clusters. But originally, I think, let me see. No, maybe I changed it in time. Maybe I made another video. I had a version of this which was really, really cooked and bad. Assist. Okay, I think this is Gucci's tree and I switched it. I switched it last second because mine was so cooked. Like, it was bad.
Number 9 on my list I have is the idea of RF bombing, auto bombing. At the point that I made this character,
I mean, dude, I admit when I steal from people. Dude, there's no shame in build stealing.
it was pretty popular to make auto bombing characters, for example, with like Blade, Vortex, or even like Heralds and stuff like that. But one of my favorite builds was Righteous Fire. And
I think I don't know if I can... Where's the original Blade Blast? Where's the original Blade Blast? I had a video of it. I don't know if they deleted it or what. Before 2023? Oh, I guess not. Before 2024? Was some standard guy that Crying stole from? 313 or 312. I spent 10K on Roblox Blade Ball.
Blade Ball on Roblox.
Jesus. Alright, you wanna... Okay, here's a hot take. Are you ready for the hot take? I don't trust any adult who is a Roblox content creator. That's just not right. Now, I'm not pointing out, like, what it could be. I'm not saying what personal flaws there might be there, but I'm just saying, check their PC.
they didn't do any sort of explode chain. It wasn't really a thing. And I had come up with the idea to make my explodes ignite. And that bridged the gap between Righteous Fire being a bunch of dot multi% damage over time.
I'm just saying, there 99% of the time, there's always some random person who came up with something very similar before you. Yeah, maybe you make it better, but I'd say 9 out of 10 times someone makes a build, it already existed in a very similar form.
Time scaling and the hit-based mechanic that is explode, and it created what I believe is probably the most fun I've ever had while playing a build of just smooth satisfaction of just gliding around and just explosions. So I'm very happy with that, and I think it was a big part of improvement to how we make RF builds even up to this point. Now, after that, Guardian Herald Stacker. This is the build that made me consider trying to make more content on YouTube and actually trying to take it seriously. And I believe, and as far as I've seen, this is the most dominant meta that has ever existed. It was basically a 50% play rate in Delirium. And the reason for that is you could play it as any spell you wanted. You can even play it as like wand skills. There were so many applications of it. And it just completely took over. It was a complete oversight by GGG. I was still very much a noob, but somehow I spotted a diamond in the rough. And holy cow, was that an interesting league because of it. Anyways, these are examples of the noteworthy builds I would pick out of the 147 I looked through today. And of them, one build uses Balbala, the GC Mines Inquisitor, and one build uses Ivory Tower, the example being my ES Righteous Fire Scion. Technically, on the budget version of the Righteous Fire, I recommended Ivory Tower just because it was a good item. But late game, if you were min-maxing that character, the item was a rare chest, pushing the max hits to the absolute limits. The point is, when somebody says...
Every fucking league, he's just playing the same shit and telling everyone how much he knows about Bill.
I'm playing the same shit every league. Maybe like learn something or educate yourself, do something, man. I get that loud is funny, but I would hope at one point you look in the mirror and say, do I really want to be known as just the guy who screams belligerently like a child? I don't know, man. Check your facts before screaming and maybe work on your anger issues. That might help you and people might start to appreciate your growing maturity. We'll see if it happens. Good luck to you, Rook 2. Hopefully this was educational. Peace out, Exiles. Hopefully you enjoyed.
Well, I think where's my drama tier list? This might have to go on the F tier from... Where did I make this drama tier list? I gotta update this. Hold on. Where is it? I don't think I actually ended up posting it. I think Empyrean did. This is definitely in the F tier on the, This is definitely in the F tier on the drama tier list. Let's see, where is it? Let's see. Hey, here we go, yes. I gotta update this. Paint? Crop? Okay. I gotta, in the F tier of the drama tier list, this is definitely going down here. Captain Lance versus Ruto. That's definitely in the F tier. This is definitely in the F tier, I don't know. This one's not very interesting. Was there any other ones since I made this? Is there any other ones I missed? The lab reward race cheaters. People were like map hacking lab to cheat and get the... So the way the jewels used to work in lab was like the 3 fastest people would each get a different...
Or a jewel or something.
Say like Emperor Master for rank 1 or something. I don't know if it's ever been at 1 week or whatever. But, people would cheat and then they were the only one.
The jewels.
Any TFT drama is in its TFT tier. It's kind of blocked by chat up here, but TFT tier is up here.
Yeah, TFT's on it's on its own up there. Maybe I should make that more. I'll just like highlight that. TFT? Oh, I got it. I don't know. I don't know. I shouldn't talk too much about TFT.
I think they'll actually
Sounds like a pipe bomb to me or something. So I don't really talk about TFT in it. Just
There you go. Was there any more since I made this? I don't know. I think that's it. I think that's about it. That's the biggest ones. And overall, pretty bad drama, not very interesting, no. Thanks for the gift sub, Chappy. Where's your emote? Oh, post it again. Dude, I hate the Exile Mage shit is like the dumbest shit ever. I don't know how anybody takes that seriously. Although I will say the last Exile Mage video is like pretty funny and then you ruined it. It was pretty good. It was funny for the first like 45 seconds and then it became unfunny. 1 week. That's pretty good. The crazed schizo shape puts in his community tab shows he's unhinged with a hate boner for Ziz. I know, I mean, there's no way this dude's serious. What's in his community tab? What, there's nothing here. What are you talking about? You getting this guy confused with someone else? Oh, this guy just makes like AI videos that are... They could be funny, but... He's trying too hard. Honestly, I like the... Oh, why does he gotta put the stuff that's like... Why does he gotta put music? This one actually starts pretty funny, but... Steel's too nice for drama. Disliking every MF video. I don't know. Let's see. What should the rating factors be? If I had to like give it a drama rating, what would the factors be? Let's see, like if I have to give scores out of 10 for different categories, we'll do unhinged. Oops. Unhinged. Cringe. Rude 2. Entertainment value. Fake. Volume. Gameplay. There's never any gameplay in these. Meme potential, yes. Maybe bannability. Alright, I think that's good. Thanks for the Prime Harry Truman. Let's see, if I had to give this, okay, if I had to rate this, let's see. Out of 5 stars, let's do 5-star system here. Alright. Unhinged? Okay, what do you think? Okay, out of 5. Rated out of 5 stars. Let's see. Unhinged. Honestly, this one's pretty low. Unnecessary. Well, all of the dramas are unnecessary. Yeah, maybe 2. Maybe 2. Drama rating system. Cringe, yeah, this one might be this one's pretty cringe. This one's pretty bad. That might be a 5 star. 4.5? Yeah, I mean it could be worse, that's true. I'll give it a 4.5. Not maximum. Root 2? Yeah, Root 2 is involved. That's a 5 star. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. Is Root 2 at his maximum Root 2-ness here, though? Might only be a 4 star. Yeah, I mean... 3.5? Might be fair. No 1-week ban. There's still 1-week bans. There's still time. This song's kind of a banger. What is this from? Entertainment value? I think this one was a 3. I don't know, 3? 2.5? 1? I don't know. I mean, it is kind of entertaining with the build list and everything. Max 2.5. I'll go with 2.5. Yeah, no one's gonna remember this next league. Fake? I don't think it's fake. I'm not gonna give it any fake stars. Meme potential? Pretty low, pretty low. I mean, it's not 0. 2? I don't know. I feel like this could be a 2, 2.5 again. I like how you can still see the outline tool or the selection tool. I've been getting so much hair in my mouth lately. Bannability? I don't know. What would the bannability of this be? I'm giving it a 3, I think. I mean, Rutu mentioned his kids. I don't know. That's a cheap shot. I feel like that makes it enter the realm of I mean, I'd say it's 3 out of 5. I don't know. He said something like, "This 20 minutes on this video you could have spent with your kid, and they would have had a slightly better chance at a good future or something." I don't know. You're at least a 4.5 star clown if Quinn is 5. Oh, maybe clown should be a category. To be honest, if you were Lance's position, that donkey Ritu mentions your kids, he was getting doxxed and had nothing to worry about much more. Very sane behavior. I feel like this might be a full 5-star clown right here. This could be a full 5-star clown. Well, I guess if Quinn's 5-star clown, it can't be a 5-star clown, right? Okay, I'll give it 4 stars out of 5 clown stars. 4.5. I mean, maybe. Would it be? Do you think 4.5? Okay, I'll do 4.5. Dude, I log off for one day and people can't help but start a drama. Oh, here we go. Will this be remembered more after league start? No. There we go. Didn't miss anything interesting, don't worry. Pretty low tier. This is F tier on the drama tier list chart. Definitely F tier. Overall, pretty unremarkable. The best build from drama farming. I don't know. Personally, I'm a fan of the beach link. And that's a literal build too. Not only is it a drama build, it is a literal build too. I'm partial to that one. The peacock, no damage. Does that, I don't know if that even counts as a drama. I was just looking for things to put on here. Dude, this sucked. That ruined my league start. This actually, whatever league that was with the peacock thing, actually ruined my league start. Affliction? I don't know. Rate the other dramas? Reddit post upvote potential? I don't even know who gets upvoted on Reddit. I don't go on Reddit, dude. Is this on Reddit? Reddit r/ Path of Exile. An interview at Shitstains. Oh yeah, I did want to watch that. I have it open on a tab somewhere. RF, dude, there's RF. There's no way RF Chieftain is number 8 now. Our stuff is badass. Is it gonna have like it's gonna have like even more no damage though, isn't it? Or did I miss something that ends up giving it damage? Because the slams, none of the slams give it damage, do they? I don't think so. Like that build did not have the damage to lose. Lightning Strike. Is Lightning Strike finally gonna be good again? A new league start flowchart this league? Yeah, I'll definitely make a flow chart, but tier list? I don't know if I'll be able to make a tier list in good conscience. I feel like a tier list is too hard to make right now. I don't know if anybody can really, truly do that. Like, as an objective tier list, right? Like last league, it was super easy. This league, it's gonna be super hard. Don't rate others' builds and start drama. Well, you see, actually, what I'm gonna do next, what I want to do next league is I want to find random guides and do 4 stones with them and determine if they're shit. I don't know how that's like. How does nobody really do that? Like nobody goes and finds the, I don't want to say shitty guides, but the lesser known guides and then take them to 4 stones. Why does nobody do that? So I'm gonna do it. Fearless Ascendancies, though? I don't know. I mean, I even feel like tier listing Ascendancies is gonna be kind of hard. Like, there was so many changes. Family Guy themed jazzified? I don't think so. I don't know the Family Guy theme, but I don't think so. Okay, here's the real content. Are you ready for this? Check this out. Get ready. Check this out. The real content. Alright? Prediction. Who is gonna win the Roa race? Wait, why'd it start? I didn't want to start it. That doesn't count. Oh yeah, I'll watch the shit stain Steve video in a second. No, stop. This doesn't count. This is not the race, okay? Next one. This is not right. I clicked the wrong button. This does not count. The red roa's name is Beef. That's all I know. Okay, let me see. There we go. Alright, come on. Predictions up. What Roa's gonna win? I mean, yellow just won, actually. Quality content. Dude, the end league cute dog streams are gonna go crazy with rower racing, I bet. Okay, here we go. Oh, Red is in the lead. I told you, Red's the gamer. Red is in the lead, but Teal is catching up. But always bet on Beef. Good old Beef, dude. He always wins. Wait. Oh no, he's falling behind. Blue is using cheats, speed hacking. Blue is speed hacking. How is this possible? I don't know how this is happening. Red is catching up again. Red's the long distance endurance runner. Red is catching up. Never mind. Red is losing. Red is almost in the back now. It's looking like a Teal victory here, but Red is in the lead. Never doubt Beef. Wait, wait, wait. Damn it. So close. Damn it, so close. Cyan clinched that. Oh, and Teal was the least bet on one, too. That's a big payout. How do you get this in your hideout? You get $90 from your bank account and you send it over to GGG. I don't know. Do you think the... What if I remove that guy? It doesn't like... What if I go like this? Are they always in the same spot? Yeah, I think so. Do you think the inside ones actually win more often, or do the outside ones get a compensation buff? Yeah, I want to say it's just random in general. I doubt this actually matters. Somebody needs to do 1,000 races and spreadsheet it. When is the ROA spreadsheet gonna... Maybe that's what I'll do. Someone already did. Of course somebody already did. Somebody could be me. I mean, if I really run out of stuff to do before league start, I mean, it's not out of the question I sit here all day and just plot the results. It's not out of the question. What if you, this could be a good way for people to decide builds. You assign a build to each ROA and then whatever wins is I just got a great idea for YouTube. Nobody steal this if there's any YouTubers still here. If you steal it, I will DMCA your video. So you make a video and I'm gonna take each ROA and then I'm gonna edit a build on top of it. And then, yeah, you see where I'm going with this? And whoever wins, that's like a build starter. Not for me, but for the viewer. Man, I want the what the fuck's it called? I want the portal, the cauldron map device, but I don't think I like anything else in the pack. I don't know. I don't really care for this pack. I guess that's kind of cool. Pot? Dude, Dude, it's finally a Steel League again. He's gonna get rank 1 in Gauntlet with Bleed Gladiator. The tree that tracks maps ran was disappointing. Yeah, it was disappointing because it didn't work for me the entire league. The entire league, my tree didn't count maps for some reason. It's bullshit. I wonder, did they even fix that? I don't know. Decorations. Tree. Oh, they did, okay. I swear to God, it wasn't like till the end of the league that they fixed that. Cosmic Turtle Tree. There's no turtles on this. What happens if I put an obstacle in front of the Roa? You think it stops them? Probably not. Let me just make sure that... Make them do hurdles? That'd be sick, actually. Do you think it stops them? No. Darn. That'd be kind of sick. You give them an obstacle course. That'd be kind of cool. Dude, is it teal again? Oh wait, green's coming in now. Nope, it's teal again. The grinder map device? I don't think so. You have to open a map for this to work? Oh, that's not the right one. Nope. Well, do you have no map? Where is the map, the stash in this place? No, it doesn't work. Works with that dog though. Unlucky. Okay, wait. You know what would actually be so sick? They should put this in a 500 pack. I would drop $500 on this. Okay. I don't know how many of you played the old game, the old games like Champions of Norath and what is that dog doing? Like Champions of Norath and Return to Arms, right? So they used to have this thing in that game where there was like battle cages and you can have monsters that fought each other and you bet on which one wins. Imagine if you could do that in this game. Dude, I'm actually gonna like try and pitch this to GGG. That'd be so fucking good. And you bet who wins. Is there a YouTube video of this? Drama's over. Dude, I wanna, dude, I don't know. Last time I played this game, it was really weird, and I was not feeling it, but I could go for another playthrough. I don't know. Why are people buying this shit, man? The league's over. I'm really curious to see what Auction House does the hardcore trade. Dude, I feel bad for Solid Fart. Solid Fart, he just sells all the currency in hardcore trade. Ultimate setup. Is he multi-boxing? He's multi-boxing this game? Dude, this game is sick, I'm just saying. It's really weird though. Years ago. It's not an MMO now. It's just an ARPG, but with weird combat. Wouldn't that be sick though? You could choose like two mobs to fight each other and you bet on who wins. Come on, this is something you didn't know you needed. Hear me out. That'd be sick, wouldn't it? That'd be like the coolest MTX ever. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Oh, I forgot to turn on fish. Here you go. Alright, no, what should I do? I could start the bait league starter testing. It's kind of hard to do for next league though, because everything's changed, right? So I can't really test people's builds for next league, but I could test previous ones, I don't know. I guess I could test ones that aren't changing. That To Kill a God trailer? I don't know. Oh yeah, Shitstained Steve, thank you. The ball lightning of orbiting? I mean, I didn't get the 4 stones because I was lazy. I mean, it definitely could have, but just the thought of getting, like, having to do a bunch of Shaper and Elder maps really wasn't hitting it with me. You know? I might do another run, I don't know, maybe. Hey, this is a pretty good shirt, check it out. I don't know if you can even read it. Can you read that? It says lamps. Says y'all got any more of them lamps? No, it's a moth. This was gonna be mine and Amador's Halloween costume last year. She was gonna wear this, and I was wearing a shirt that said lamp. I mean, you probably see me wear the lamp shirt a few times on stream. Alright, well that was a good... Alright, that drama was a good little 2-hour time waster. Not even, I guess, more like an hour and a half. No. Pretty lame one. Pretty lame. Definitely, total drama rating. Let me just give it a final one. Okay, there we go. Total drama rating. I'm gonna give it a 1 star. Where I get the shirt? I don't know, probably Amazon. It's good to start lightning arrow. Yep, still lightning arrow, still good. Although I'd say start Ellie hit. Ellie hit's probably better. Captain Lance versus Rue. There we go. There he goes. A good big Twitter post right here. Alright, here we go. It's the TLDR. I say Berserker is bad. Lance says I'm not a build maker. I say true. True meows. Lance makes 20-minute video. Yeah, when is somebody okay, that would actually be a good website. That would actually be a good website. LinkedIn for PoE for builds. That would actually be a good website. I'm surprised that doesn't exist. I'm genuinely surprised something like that doesn't exist. 6 LinkedIn? Holy. It's perfect. Is lackluster one word? I think so. The TLDR is right here. Okay. Shitstained Steve video? Shitstained Steve video, okay. Shitstained Steve. There we go.
Alright, let's start this off. So, I'll give some background lore, and then I'll turn it over to introduction. But, for those who don't know, a couple years back I heard legend of an Alkaiser viewer that hit 225 level 100 characters. I didn't think much of it at the time other than this dude's built differently. But then, last league, I saw burning through the ranks to 10,000 depth was an interesting character name. It was Shitstained Steve. And like many, I loved it. And he just had utter domination at the early delve ladder. Ended up duking it out with Rudy. And then I learned later it was the same person. So this guy happens to just push the limits of the game, whether it be an 8-bit, 16-bit, or 32-bit limit, to a point where, you know, your typical software dev doesn't account for this, but this is Shitstained Steve. I'll let you do your any introduction you want, but then I'll start with some questions. I'm just winging this, alright?
Hell yeah, man. Well, to be honest, there's not too much to say. I'm quite new to delving, so yeah. I mean, it's
That's a good intro.
it's very fucking addicting because you have the permanent like satisfaction of upgrading your character all the way through until you're like 30 mirrors or whatever.
Yep. It's the ultimate like end game min max. Alright, like
Yes,
I said, I'm kind of winging this, so I'll just go through questions. So, how did
Okay,
you...
let's say you're new. Okay, let's say you're new to a league, but you put in 2,000 hours in a month. Are you still new after that?
You get started.
I mean, you are, but you're not, right? Like, you're relatively new, but you played 2,000 hours in a month. There isn't even 2,000 hours in a month. This is why you're bad at PoE. You're on the wrong month schedule. You need at least 2,000 hours a month to be good.
In Path of Exile, me personally, I was a Kriparian viewer in Diablo 3. I saw him kill the world first hardcore pre-nerf Diablo, and then I saw him start playing this game called Path of Exile. I came over, and the rest is history. But what's your origin story?
I mean, to be honest, I just was in like a school, and then some people said, "Yo, I think you should try this game. It very much would suit you." But it's many, many years ago. It was like, yeah, I don't know, like 8 years ago, 9 years ago. And then I tried it, and I was honestly very, very bad, and I kind of quit it. But then I just came back, and then I think it was in in League I got my big breakthrough and got, I think at that time probably the biggest records of level 100s. I think it was like 30. Yeah, 30 was my first record.
Yeah, I think someone said in Delirium you did 40 level 100s.
That is very true, and then in Ritual I did 54.
What? Is that 5-way carries?
Mostly, yeah, mostly.
Farm Merge
a bit
Valley?
of
The
money
hell is
deletion,
this shit?
just doing like double or triple beyond.
Was it something that started off as a passive goal, and then once you started to get to 100, 150, you started to actually push for 255 with a goal in mind, or did you not know there was a limit till you hit it?
I had absolutely no idea. It sounds kind of dumb, but I just enjoyed it because it's the same with delving. I could feel that my progression of speed of doing it got faster and faster and faster and faster, and it was just, I don't know, I enjoyed it a lot.
Do you feel like throughout the progression of that number of characters, even into the last few, that you continued to get better?
I mean, honestly, there's way more min-maxing to do with delving compared to like just spamming like level 100 characters.
Yep, because this is a.
What is does anybody know? What is Shitstained Steve actually? Why didn't they start with what the build is first? I feel like that would have been a good starting point, but what is the build I'm sure they'll get to it, but is he doing like an immortal thing, or is he doing a don't get hit or he dies thing, or is he doing a actually killing everything thing? Immortal build? Right.
18 fully clothed cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch.
Hey, thanks for the raid, Vanilla.
A transition question then, because one thing I'll point out here, I'll make my cam slightly so like it actually looks like it makes sense here. One thing I'll point out is last league, I was paying attention to the race, like the 10K between you and Rudy, and one thing I recall at the time was I'm a nosy person and I'm a numbers guy, so I was looking at your depth per hour, and it was like between 45 and 55, and Rudy was doing like 64. And at the time, I chalked that up to just Rudy being a veteran and just knowing all the absolute min-max speed. But I did the same thing a couple times this league on like just some time splits of what you've been doing for depth per hour, and at times you're pushing 70. So is that something where you just feel yourself getting better and better despite maybe not necessarily gaining too much build power?
I mean, okay, that's multiple.
How do you search by depth now? Oh, hide depth though. He's 44,000 above the next person? I'm watching the Shitstained Steve interview. Indigon, 90% reservation. +1 max res, 50% reduced crit. Mage blood. Double crab shapers. Mana and increased attributes. Storm Rain of the Conduit. Forged. What are those implicits, dude? Percent int, multi, and grace effect. Character names. Press X. What does that do on this site? Huh? It doesn't do anything. Is he constantly weapon swapping? Weapon swap battle mage cry. Interesting. Now here's the question. Is this a Lance build?
Things to say about this. First of all, it's very much RNG what kind of notes you get and what kind of path you get.
Yep.
Because a few days ago, I think it was a bit before 60k, I had a split where I did 50 dips in 28 minutes.
I've had very short streaks of like over 70 an hour, but my long runs usually aren't like anything over 60. That's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's all come down to RNG. Like my character, it's pretty much, it has to be like some turbo pin node or something.
Yeah.
But most of the time, I don't really. I mean, I can die, but it doesn't happen that much anymore.
Yeah, the 90 all res option that you've built for is tankier overall, but then not to pen. So I found that on the jug because it runs 90 all res. So basically, I just fear nothing, but then pen terrifies me.
Yeah. Pen is like big terrifier. But to be honest, also, at least I feel the ES leech on Scourger of the Menace is like very, very noticeable. You can, and like if it's not a turbo-reduced node, I can actually just stand FK and attack, mostly.
Do you
Unless
feel
it's like exiles.
Do you feel the Scourge Arrow tech is either less lag or better leech overall, or both?
I mean,
this needs timestamps.
Typically, my PC is like buttery smooth, but not too long
4090.
ago. Yeah, but also not too long ago there was like a quote-unquote performance patch, which actually made it worse for me. I'm like sometimes slightly lagging, and even sometimes the game is completely lacking up right now.
Okay, here's a random question I'd thought of earlier, but you know, Delve, just like most things in the game, is if you do it 1,000 times, it can be different every time, just with layouts and RNG. In your 64,000 depth so far, was there anything you saw along the way that you just looked at and did a double take, and it was just the rarest thing ever? Like, did you ever see like 7 alls on one screen, or like,
yeah, I hope the
this was the worst note I've ever
next
seen?
league.
Something that just stood out, like, oh, I saw this at 41k depth and I'll never forget it. Was there anything just bizarre?
I mean, to be honest, if my vision is completely blocking out everything that's not the downwards path, so I have no idea. But I have tried. I have 2 things I wrote down in a notepad, like some obscure things. For example, as a note that I literally cannot like start. The card doesn't allow me to go there. I can try and find it in a second.
Sell
All right.
1,000 hours. See,
I'm gonna go ahead and
he's
ask a
playing
question
2,000
that I
hours a
think is
month, like I
probably the
said.
question everyone wants to know. But for background, I was told the name Shitstained Steve came from something with Al Kaiser's chat. To be honest, when I first heard it, I said, this guy has got to just be some degenerate fellow American. And then I did the one video with you in the Beyond Node, and I saw the realm was Frankfurt, and I'm like, oh.
Wait, what does his name being Shitstained Steve have to do with being American?
Did not expect Shitstained Steve to be from Europe. Give me some background on that.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, the name, I just heard it one day on Al Kaiser stream. I thought it was quite funny, especially if you can put it to use, like where you can get name and life and people can see it, because it is quite amazing even to me how many people have commented that somehow they get like a slight laugh or whatever out of it, and that's good enough for me. That's worth it. I don't really care. I don't take life that serious.
All right. I don't know if you have the stream open, but I'm gonna show you something here real quick. Speaking of that subject, in the league reveal for 325, if you pause the video at a certain spot, one of the workers you can hire is working in mining.
Wait,
He's a miner.
Steven Shit. They made a character after Shitstained Steve? No way, dude. I missed that. That's crazy. They should they should do more stuff like that, like have little things like that allude, dude. Oh man. God tier status achieved. Steven Shit. Staining. Wait a minute. Wait, it says standing too? Actually, wait, what? Oh, oh, that's good. Steven Shit staining. Wait, is that actually real? I gotta go look at this again. Let's see. PoE 3.25 reveal.
Blind.
It's real? How did I not hear about this till now? Where did I show this first?
And hello.
Oh, they did mention you can get like
Items
a
to be
super minor or
added to
something.
a
Dr.
watering in.
Disrespect did a backflip.
You will
and
eventually
started
need a
clapping.
smelter, where you can sell that later. Yes. You can do this by hiring workers that specialize in shipping. The more of them you add to the ship, the less risk there will be. Like this gentleman back in King's March to equip them with advanced decide where to start. It can be upgraded. You can upgrade this to improve the efficiency of your miners and allocate our
Oh, there it is.
mining station. You can upgrade this to improve the efficiency of your miners.
Even shit staining. He is shitting his pants. It's Steven Shit. That's legendary.
He goes down But his name is Steven Shit, and his
Archmage Peabod?
specialty is staining. Do you have any thoughts
I
on
don't
this?
That's pretty much the only thing I have seen, and I got
Probably
spammed
fine if
about
it's
it, and I
arcade.
honestly cannot believe that Grinding Gear did that. I'm very blown away. That's amazing, man.
Do you have a feeling that you've now drawn more of an identity from this name? Like, if you go through your 255 plus now, because some have been deleted and remade, level hundreds, there's a slew of degenerate names in there. Some are pretty funny, but you know, we're in this game known by our account name, not our character names. But so you're Turd Twister in game, whatever. But like in this case, I think in the last 2 leagues, more people have come to know you as Shitstained Steve than Turd Twister. Do you feel any sort of attachment or maybe identity in that name now?
I mean, especially this league, it's completely crazy how much identity I've got to just be called Steve or whatever. Like even my homies I hang out with in Discord start to call me Steve.
You might have to keep it.
Yeah,
Just go with
Steve it's not my real name or anything. It's just a made up thing. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, that's true. I think that's true in a lot of cases. That
yeah, he definitely needs to take this opportunity and rename the Shitstained Steve.
Even like a very common first name, I can think of countless examples of like people.
He should start streaming as Shitstained Steve.
Who have a gaming name.
Yeah, change it in real life too.
That's their name, and then people just assume that's their real name, and it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually like probably like a weird outlier. My YouTube account is 18 years old. It was made in 2006.
I mean, if he has any interest in streaming, I mean, this is the chance for him to grab it, and he's pretty much. I feel like he'd be unless he's like really, really not entertaining, but. I mean, if your name's Shitstained Steve, you gotta be entertaining, right? So I think he has a streaming career just lined up for him if he wants it.
And so it's just my
dude is private giga engineer making bank already. Yeah, but not if he lives in Europe.
Like, email. Like I just my YouTube name is Connor Converse. It's my real name. So at that point there was not much hiding, and I just went with it.
Yeah.
So you've said that you plan to do a final stream for 65,535, which is, as some of you might not know, the delve cap. This is 2 to the 16th power minus 1. Delve depth is coded in 16-bit, so beyond that depth, it either resets to 0 or just totally ends, depending on if they fixed it since the first person standard hit it. But you mentioned you'll probably do a stream for that. Are you looking to do that on Twitch Live? I think you plugged your Twitch as Turd Twister X.
Yes, sir. I just need to set it up, and then it's pretty much good to go, I guess.
All right, I'll give you a shout out with the Twitch. Maybe depending on timing, I could land a host, but I think that'd be fun to watch the finish line, the finale.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be like I'm not too sure yet. But probably like 300 or 200 depth. I don't know.
All right. Do you have plans for 325? Are you going to delve again, or maybe do some other goal? What's your calling for the coming league? What are you looking forward to?
Let's just keep it as a mystery, and you will see pretty shortly.
Okay. Is there anything you saw in the 325 reveals besides some strange NPCs that has you excited? Do you like the typical, build your own base of dudes and send out missions play style? They had that in RuneScape. They've had like what I get these confused. They're like Age of War, Age of Empires games. But is that something you like in games, or are you not planning on interacting much in the league mechanic?
I mean, to be honest, it's not really for me at all. I don't think it's
He just wants to delve. Do you think it's gonna be Trump versus Hillary again for the election?
Trying to just get some passive stuff, but I mean, regardless, the game overall looks amazing, and I'm gonna play 100% for sure.
Dude, it's time to Pokemon go to the polls again. Billy, are you still mad at Captain Lance? What?
All right. So we talked about the name origin in Alkaiser's stream. I've been a long time Alkaiser viewer since the first Paragon 100 with the Alkaiser route. I guess
So
just
yeah, should I prolong this?
to rattle off a few names, are there content creators in, ARPGs or PoE that you typically hang out in those communities and float around from stream to stream? What are your favorites?
So to be honest, I watch pretty much all streamers you can think of, but I'm just typically very, very passive and never say anything. I just have it on the second screen and blast meanwhile. That's not too much interaction, but I watch probably all names you can think of.
Okay. Has there ever been a moment where you were in a stream, maybe this league or something, where you were brought up and you just had the temptation to say something and you're just like, nah, I'm gonna be the mystery man?
Yes, quite often, honestly. Like even, I even watch you and Lance discuss kind of stuff and like say, oh, look at Steve or whatever, and I just, I just laugh about
Is he gonna ask him his thoughts on the Rue and Lance drama?
it and move on and keep playing.
Nice. All right.
Yeah.
So, Path of Exile 2, I thought I'll ask you a few questions about. From what we've seen so far,
Wait, he is a... Okay, I just looked at his, his... The legend, dude.
my usual thing I say is what we've seen is largely like Axe and campaign and a lot of early game stuff, and I typically am someone who likes to push endgame really well. But is there anything you've seen so far in PoE 2 that has you excited that you could see yourself playing that way? Do you like slower pace or faster pace in an endgame? Like what? Just any thoughts on PoE 2 so far?
I mean, it looks very good, and I'm excited for it. I'm like kind of the mixed, not too fast and not too slow. For example, let's give you an example. Torchlight Infinite, that is an example for me that's too fast, and also do not like the art style and stuff. But like PoE...
Do I ever do Delve? I haven't done Delve in a while, it's pretty shit. But,
PoE 1 right now is slightly fast, but it's also like okay-ish. But definitely not like, yeah. I can take it a bit slower, I guess.
Okay.
Delve needs a Delve 2 league. Delve could be... I mean, honestly, Delve's pretty good, just the rewards are, like, kind of shit, right? For the most part, it's pretty shit. But...
I guess I probably favor fast, but when I say fast, it's not necessarily like,
It's like a fine balancing act, I feel like.
Yeah, it's not like the Crouching Tuna, Lightning Warp, Tornado Shot fast. It's more like there's just a...
Like, Delves... Delve needs like the hidden walls and stuff is kind of like a relic of the past. I feel like it feels too shit for current PoE, right? Like QOLs come so far, the hidden walls that they're not really hidden, like you don't guess where they are. Like you know where they are and they're just annoying to go do. I feel like that should be updated. Like it's pretty annoying. Like making sure your dynamite and torches are filled, they're just annoying. It's not like there's any real cost to them, right? It's just if you remember to click the refill button, and if you don't, you're like, wow, this feels like dog shit. God damn it. and then you have to leave the instance because you didn't grab the things and whatever. You know. I think the art style's fine. I think Delve looks good still. I think Delve definitely holds up. I mean, there's just no. I don't know. I feel like torches and the dynamite is just kind of redundant. Like, maybe not redundant, but like it feels like it has no purpose other than to be a gotcha if you forget to click the button. Even if it's just one button, I feel like it's still stupid. I don't know. Redundant.
A lot going on type situation, not necessarily like a velocity thing.
Redundant.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Redundant.
So, I had a plan here. I had a question I just thought of 10 seconds ago. I'm drawing a blank here. With the trailer we had, a lot of people have been calling this PoE 1.5 because they've added a lot of things that were originally teased in PoE 2 to the game. One of those things was gold, and I can't help but notice that the quantities that were dropping for an auto pickup currency was something in the order of several thousand during.
I think Steve is still delving during this. I don't think he stopped. No, I haven't made a build chart yet.
Like each pack during tier 16 content. Now, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that the cap on gold is probably 2.147 billion. Do you see yourself maybe obtaining maximum gold next league in a record pace?
That very much depends on like
The answer
how
is no.
it's
Why would you do
obtained
that?
and what quantities. For example, let's say like two.
I wonder if there's gonna be like the best gold farm strat 3.25. What's gonna be the best gold farming strat? Just get 2 billion gold and then just sit and send people out for 2 months.
Scale with Delph.
Maybe it's just spamming maps, but like there maybe like some mechanic gives more better or something, right? Gives more gold efficiently. The best is the level tons of characters and start tons of boats. Well, I think the town's gonna be like account wide. I don't think your town's gonna be different per character. There's no way it's different per character. No way you have to rebuild it each character and stuff. It's definitely gonna be account wide. Now making separate accounts. Make multiple accounts and then send out all those boats. I don't think you can sell for gold. Maybe to someone in the town. I don't know.
Depth and you know, I could probably get it very fast.
We were talking about that, how like it probably, I forget if they were talking about gold only, if they were talking about the like resources for the like mining and stuff, but they mentioned they were like scaling things with map tier and quantity. So I was curious on that.
Ziz just dropped the vid calling Root to a best build creator in the title. Holy, Zizarin is entering the ring. Wait, I asked 2 of the best build creators about their league starter. Jung and Rutu. Holy, the drama duo.
Hi, Scissorin here with another.
Don't be cringe in the comments.
Another video, and I am joined by 2 prolific build creators, and I am going to ask some questions about like how you make a build.
Should I finish this one first?
You know, like if they make it in Delve, like all flames can't drop in Delve, except for technically Kurgal can drop an Abyss all flame. It's the only one that can drop in Delve. But if it can drop in Delve, that'd be a pretty big head start. But if it's like some lead mechanics where there's no interaction with Delve or whatever content you happen to be doing, then that's a little rough. But Based
Yeah,
off
that's
math
kind
I
of
was doing, yeah, it might be like only a couple weeks of play to hit or less.
Yeah, to be honest, in general, I was kind of sad to not see any delve changes at all. I don't think the balancing for like the rewards is good enough for how hard it is. It doesn't make too much sense.
Yeah, I am a little disappointed that, you know, the main money this league, in past leagues it's been different. Some, you know, way back it was fractured fossils. I'm a little pessimistic going into the league on what the returns are on deep delve. I guess we'll have to see. Maybe more late game focused and a novice at the league start melee.
I mean, it's kind of hard to.
I mean, I'm assuming gold will drop and down. It probably drops everywhere. I don't know. This is the master of clickbait, but the content is actually not clickbait. It's very good. This doesn't do clickbait. I think I might be the only person who does. I mean, do I? I don't know. I mean, I do some clickbait. I mean, not really even. I don't think. I mean, that one's kind of clickbait, but I mean, sort not really. I mean, popping video thumbnails is not the same thing as clickbait. Wait a minute. I did make a build last league. Didn't I make this champion? I mean, it was basically just changing the ascendancy of Deadeye to champion, but hey. Yeah, but it was the Grotha build was way different long time ago before it was changed. And that was Lightning Arrow actually. This is Elemental Hit. I mean, let's compare. Let's see, you know. I mean, this is what I'm saying about claiming builds, right? That's what I'm saying. Dude, it's got the Piranda's Pact in it. That didn't exist before. Bravo, let's see. Does he have a character? Where's his character? Champion? Champion? You can't search by champion? What is this? Is this it? No. Let's see. Garotha Champion Lightning Arrow. Here we go.
Hey, what?
Oh, dude, it's not even the same. It's not even the same, dude. It's different. It is actually different. The trees are actually different. Ah, see, I made a build last week, actually. I actually did. What do you mean, dude? It's different. Branda's Pact? No Branda's Pact? Lethal Pride, no Lethal Pride? Was it good though? It was good for what it did. Does someone have a Poe? Every Lily build starts, does someone have a Poe for that? Okay, I'm gonna make a video. Yeah, but you know. Wait. Oh yeah, dude, the Garappa's never went. His tree isn't crit. Mine's crit. Wait, this is. I mean, this is way different, dude. This has like, the endgame version of this was like yoke. This did not go yoke. It's way different, dude. It's way different, actually. Actually, way different. I don't know what my final Ellie hit one was. Is this it? What is this? This is mine. Which one is it? What is this? I don't know. Is this? What is this? That is not mine. Karata's like, no, don't look at this. Don't look at this. Don't look at that in the notes, okay? Wait, this is actually not the POB I made, though. Yeah, there we go. This is the... Yeah, okay. No. See? See? Look, it's different. It's different. Yoke of Suffering, the interrogation. Those did that did not, it is not Garappa's, okay? I think Queen can make the new retaliation skill Eviscerate with Gladiator work. What do you mean by work? Can we define that word?
What to look out for and things like that. So if you're not sure what to choose as a league starter for the upcoming league, this is going to be the video for you. Thank you so much for joining me, both of you.
Hi. Hello, Ziz. Thanks for having us.
Rue is waving.
Why does Rue sound like an AI when he said that?
Too, but he.
Hi. Hello, Ziz. Thanks for having us.
Rue.
Wait, what if this is actually just AI generated Rutu and Rutu's not actually in the call?
Rue is waving too, but he's sitting so still, as you can see. Do you want to bring some color and excitement to your wall? License artwork. I'll have some questions for both of you. Jung, when you start making a build, where do you start? There's so much to choose from.
I think when I was a bit greener to the game, I would like look at an item or something I like. But most recently, I always go to forums now, which is pretty unconventional, I think. And I'll go to the bug report section, and I'll usually just scroll through bug reports. For like every couple of days, I'll go look at the forum and try to look for something that doesn't have any replies on it yet. So like grinding gear is probably not going to notice it, but then I'm trying to like find that mechanic and use it.
Wow, that's very
okay.
Clever. I like that. That's interesting. I mean, you do always end up with like a very different build than
I mean that is pretty based.
Most people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that definitely makes sense for all the builds. Isn't that builds? I'm really sure like 80% of Jung's builds come from fucking like Billy and Chinese PoE creators, and he go yoinks them.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, very.
And the bug report thing, I guess.
Rue, what about you? Where do you start?
I start with what I want to do in the game, and
Yeah, I'm gonna make a flow chart.
I try to make the best possible build I can for what I want to do in the game. So let's say if I want to do a league mechanic, I'll focus on that league mechanic. If it's a clearing build, I'll focus on like that's where I first start. Yeah.
So yesterday I was making a build with Steel, and he does it very differently than me. I always start on like super budget, and then I add, and then I add, and then I add. He was like, no. Start with everything min-max, like Watcher's Eye, Awakened Gem, everything, and then cut. What do you guys both feel is like, what do you prefer? Do you starting min-max, or you prefer starting budget?
I build backwards. I do what Steel does. I feel like if the build isn't good in the end game, it doesn't matter how good it is at the start. And then if it's good at the end, then I start piecing together of how to get to that point. So that's what I do.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense. I think like
Well, they're missing the true pro strat. You open POB and you like stare at the passive tree for 2 hours, and then you close POB, and then you're like, hey, anybody have a tree for this?
end is
And then I
differently defined for me sometimes, because like in a race setting, the end is what's the bare minimum that you feel that you can safely clear bosses with, right? Whereas like not all my builds have like a clean end, probably because I just don't have like the knowledge and skill, I think, a lot of times to make like really cleanly optimized endgame builds. But I think I always start with the end. It's just that end might be earlier. It might be like, I want to play this character until I've killed all the Ubers and I'm farming like 100 T17s, and I'm going to respec. Or I don't want to spend more than 20 divines on this skill. So, but it's still at the end of that character.
Right. That's fair. What do you think, like, what would, if you had to like choose like 3 or 4 things, what are the main things that makes a good league starter for you, John?
I think a lot of discussion has been happening recently about specialized builds. And as much as I like that, especially in a softcore trade mindset, I think I like to look for an all-rounder. I like it, number one, that you can do all 4 watchstones by yourself. I know that people can just pay for carries, but I think that takes away from your own agency. And I think there's probably like underlying psychological effects of that. I think the other thing is I want to be able to switch between at least 3 core farming strategies if I'm a trade league player. Because sometimes you want to do something like, let's say you league start Essence, and 100 other people do because Grimro released a video. You're doing like a 3 divine, 4 divine per hour strategy at that point. And I think having that sort of flexibility to pivot in between things is really big. I think the last thing that people don't think about a lot with league starter is low suffix pressure.
Low
I don't really care about prefixes. Low suffix pressure.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if you could, how bad it, like, so AI with PoE doesn't have all the information, right? But if you actually train it on all the information, I wonder if it could, I wonder if it could piece something together.
I think one of the things that made DD and its further iterations really
Blue balling Dan has tech. A friend that tried that. Yeah, but they don't. Well, they didn't feed all of the stuff in the game to the AI, right? They probably just asked Chat GPT. That obviously doesn't work. But if you specifically train it on all of the, like on a bunch of builds and stuff and all the items and everything, I mean, probably still doesn't work.
Like, Slayer tankiness next league is going to be insane. Archmage tankiness next league is going to be insane. Dan has some tech, dude. Wait until you see his tech for how to make Hyro like huge. Man, I wish I could show you the POV, but I don't think I can. It's really good. That guy is a fucking monster, bro. He's a fucking monster. Like, Slayer tankiness next league is going to be insane. Archmage tankiness next league is going to be insane. Dan has some tech, dude. Wait until you see his tech for how to make Hyro like huge. Man, I wish I could show you the POV, but I don't think I can. It's really good. That guy.
strong is that it took practical application and sometimes double, but like it would take at least two 30 attribute notables. And I think having low suffix pressure is a good note. It's something you should look at right away when you're looking at a build.
Yeah. Rue, what do you feel makes a good league starter?
It has to be good for the league mechanic. I think the league mechanic's the most important thing to all PoE players right now, because you don't come back to the league. A lot of people don't come back to the league to farm Sanctum all league, right? They come back to see what
I mean, I don't know if that's true.
the new stuff is. They want to do the new stuff. So it's important to make the build good for the league, or however, you know, the league is.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be really interesting this league if Sanctum is going to drop coins, because okay, if I wasn't a content creator, I'd be going Explosive Arrow Elementalist and just living in Sanctum for 3 days, making like 400 divines. But I think if I go EA again, I get lynched. So I was like, you know, at least I've seen that Blight drops gold, so maybe I'll start spamming Blight. But yeah, it'll be interesting. But yeah, I think you both make really good points. Like choosing like one thing you want to specialize in, something you really want to do, is really good. I mean, this is harder the newer you are at the game, but also choosing a build that maybe isn't as impacted by the economy. Like if you see like everyone is hyped to play something, that might get like things might get really expensive, right? Do you guys ever get put off by that? Like, oh shit, everything's gonna be like super competitive.
I feel like that doesn't actually really apply to most league starters. At least the ones I always end up choosing. I feel like that doesn't really apply.
Make my own builds from scratch. So I don't know. I don't really follow the meta. I kind of just try to do my own thing. And a lot of times it involves, I like making cheap builds. I think every PoE player is not the same. Not everyone can play 18 hours a day and do whatever. I try to make my build as efficient and as clean as possible for the lowest amount of, like, lowest cost.
Ice Nova.
I try to stay away from tedious crafting, especially at the start of the league, because I know a bad RNG can ruin someone's league immediately. And I just follow those principles, and it's worked so far.
How do you feel about, like, if something's just been nerfed and people are like, oh, that's trash now, how do you think the fact that everything for that build is going to be like giga cheap makes up for that lack of power that the build inherently has?
Do we try to plan around the economy ever? I think like the extent to which I've been burned really hard before, in a sense, not like personally, but I guess like for the build for other people. Like there was, I think back in Arch Nemesis League, we saw whatever Sentinel League, we saw Ungul's Harmony turn from a T5 into that league. It was a T1 or a T2 unique.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, out of nowhere. I think like you just never know what's going to happen in terms of that sort of balance. I think again, if you have low suffix pressure on a build, especially on a league star, then pretty much means you can blue gear it, right? A lot of the times, if that's hyper efficient. I think like trying to take advantage of economy in that way is really hard. But I do think playing around 1C uniques with like a backup underneath that is really good. So like White Wind with like a good like Essence Craft backup option, right? That might be a good unique this league, let's just say, you know, or like Bitter Dream, but then your backup for Bitter Dream is like playing a 5-league chest or something. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's
I mean, okay, kind of unrelated to the video, but I don't understand like why people join streams that are like, the title is drama, and they say, I fucking hate drama. Why are you doing this? I'm like, bro, it's like 2 out of 100 PoE channels. Why do you join the one that says they're doing that? I'm not singling out the dude in chat, by the way. I'm just, as a general thinking, just like a bunch of people said that today. I'm like, I mean, it's a very small drama. You are purposefully choosing to go there. Like, it's so easy to avoid. I do not read titles for Twitch. I mean, that's like you just click on like you're scrolling through Netflix and you randomly choose a show. And then you're like, why isn't this show about dogs when the show's about cats?
Really good idea. What would be some easy mistakes you could do when creating your own build?
Focusing on single target damage. Checking too many boxes, not worrying about how the build feels, too many buttons. Clear is very important. You're in maps like 90% of the time when you play Path of Exile. And a lot of people overinflate the damage and care about single target damage way too much on their builds.
Oh, what do you feel is this?
I think a lot of people don't care enough about sustain, so they like it gets really.
I mean, I'm just saying, it's like you walk into a Walmart and then you're like, "Fuck, I hate Walmart," and then you stay there for 40 minutes and be like, "I fucking hate Walmart."
Cancer in like extended fights. I think a lot of people don't have enough layered defense. Like, it's just
I'm
a
just
very
saying, it's
complicated
really
game.
easy
That's
to
why most
ignore
people end up doing.
if it actually bothers you,
build guides.
it's really
and then
easy
there
to
are a lot of bad
ignore.
build guides out there too. So it's rough. It's one of the things I was going to ask you about next. Like, how do you guys feel you spot bad build guides as a new player that maybe don't have a lot of experience? Like, what do you look out for?
For me, it's like you can never really know as a new player, right? All you can do is make a list
and frozen
of
again, and
people you tried builds from,
dragged
right?
in the mud
If
and
it's
leave,
good,
and that's what it's
keep them
like.
on the list. If it's bad,
Nah,
cross them off
flowchart I'll
and
make in
never
a
go
couple
back.
days. I want for the flowchart. I want some more people to make some builds, and I can look at all their POBs and make the chart.
Because people do not improve that fast in this game, right? Maybe in 3 years you can come back and see how he's doing, but for the foreseeable future, you probably don't want to engage with this content.
Yeah, pretty much.
I would also say, like, especially if you reach out to them for help and they can't help you fix it. Because, like, I've had people reach out to me and be like, EA is the worst build I've ever played. I looked at their profile and there'll be stuff like Decimation Bow and shit. Fixed it and they're like, oh, never mind, it's great. But yeah, there are like a lot of creators that just put out a YouTube video and then don't help people afterwards, which is rough.
I think I had this discussion recently where like, or this realization, I was talking to someone with like just one of my chatters, and they basically was like, one of the things that's making a lot of league starters weak for you and strong for other people is community support. In the sense of like, if you play like RF, like Pox's build, I think that build is really weak. Comparatively to strong league starters, I think it's quite weak. But I think as far as a league start guide goes, beyond just like the wiki and all of that stuff, the fact that there's many other people playing that also makes that a much better build, because there's people that will help you troubleshoot. There's tons of people that have gone through the same questions. It's like doing Google search. But if you're gonna like league start this league, let's say league starting Locust Mines, and you're worried about the defensive setup, like you got me to answer your questions, and then if you Google it, you're gonna see a bunch of weird setups for different people in stackers, and there isn't that like, I'm gonna Google this, what's core gonna tell me kind of response. So I think it's hard, yeah.
There's definitely like an extreme amount of value.
Well, the rune enchanting thing makes for a lot more build variety. Yeah, that's why I don't like. That's why it's hard for me to say like for a tier, like doing a build tier list. It's hard to say. Like that's why I don't think I'm gonna do a tier list this time, because we really don't know what the meta is gonna be, right? We have no idea what the meta is actually gonna be. I mean, we can assume what it's gonna be based on the changes and stuff, but there's so much shit we haven't seen still, right?
Even build comfort as well. Like even if something's been nerfed, like if you know like roughly what a build can do, that is super powerful. It's going to be really interesting, like what people are making league starters like able to do this patch, because obviously I'm assuming we're gonna see a like cliff dive of power compared to last league, right? We could copy paste perfect items. So like, yeah, what do you think?
I don't think Jung agrees with that. I don't know if I agree with that either. I mean, those rune things look pretty crazy. Like Vengeant Cascade's back. I don't know, dude. I mean, maybe it's like impossible to get. I don't know. Like, I mean, like projectile builds are gonna be insane again because Vengeant Cascade is back for free. Well, not for free, but you know, you can just do the enchant, and it's not even. The crazy part is it's not even your anoint anymore, right? The returning proj is not even an anoint, it's an enchant on your weapon. Like dual wielding kind of powerful? Yeah, it might. I'm not sure about specifics on how it works yet. That Bruner. There's no list for enchants, but there's like a screenshot of like 10 enchants, but there's like 100 of them or something. Yeah, Warden's gonna be good. Warden's good. But returning prod might be mace only. I mean, that's still, I mean, even if, like, that's what I'm saying. If it's mace only, right? That could make mace builds like really OP. You go like Frost Breath or whatever, or you go like a mace with Molten Strike. Boom. Maces are the Molten Strike meta now, right? So that's what I mean. That's what I mean by like, it's really hard to tell, like, because we don't know what the runes, we don't know what rune will work with what. That screen was all bow related enchants, but they were hovering over one of the enchants and it showed a dagger. That's not true, is it? Like we don't know a lot of stuff, right? What if they're really easy to get and it's like super OP for some builds and really bad for others, and you're just like way weaker because this is a wand. So I'm just saying, be wary of like I don't think any tier list can be made very objectively right now. So that's why I'm not gonna do one.
The power level is going to be compared to Graveyard. And we do have Recombinators, which is pretty nice.
I think it's going to be absolutely insane.
Okay.
It's going to be off the charts. It's going to be like Crucible 2. It's going to be absolute madhouse this league. I think those rune enchantments are absolutely game breaking.
Yeah, that's, I mean, see, Rue knows. That's what I'm saying, like. There's just gonna be some crazy stuff.
You can actually make some stuff that you've never seen before, and they can be really, really good.
I'm assuming we'll see like Valspark and Wild Lightning Strike like fully back.
I played VLS last patch. It's pretty good. It was like probably about 100k max hit. Had like about a couple 200-300 mil DPS. So I think that's fine. But I think
Melee hasn't been relevant in so many years. That's not true. Melee has been like a top 5 build for a long time now. For like multiple years.
Ryu's right, but I think the thing that maybe people are missing is the gap between good ascendancies and bad ascendancies this patch is gigantic. Like, if you're on certain parts of the tree... like
only in hardcore? Well, yeah, I mean, but balance for softcore, like, doesn't matter, right? Balance in softcore is just going to be whatever can go the fastest. That's it. It's never going to be melee. If a melee build is ever the best build in softcore, it's going to be melee and name only. It's not going to be melee. It's going to be melee. Melee will never be meta in softcore. Unless it's melee. That's just the reality.
Like, number one, I think we all know at this point. Ralakesh, Eternal Damnation, Essence, or Endurance Charges. Like, those three things combined make for a good build by themselves. My baseline POB with 3k life on every build right now that's touching Endurance Charges is like 200,000 max, like guard skills down. It's broken. But then the top side of Ascendancy is like, your Elementalist, like, you know, what's the defensive compensation for weak ascendancies right now? And I just think that at the top end defensively for good ascendancies, you're broken now, like insane.
Yeah, I agree.
Cyclone was meta? Yeah, Cyclone was meta when it did an entire screen AoE and it was melee.
I mean, especially as a hardcore player,
yeah,
even
right
looking
there.
at things like Warden, because one thing I looked at that I thought would be really fun would be like Mana Forged Arrows Warden. But I'm like, I get so little conversion now, and I'm like, okay, I gotta try to fit endurance charges in here. It just feels like really stretched out. Do you feel like the right side of the tree builds and north side of the tree builds are just gonna like get super left behind compared to like bottom left now?
Replica badge of the Brotherhood exists, so I think that's going to be what right side uses. You just get frenzy charges, turn into endurance, and you can still have a proper tanky character. But the problem is league start, right? And all of these people ask me, "Hey, O'Leary, what should I look for in my league starter?" I say, if it doesn't have endurance charges, just close it, right? And then you can come back later when you have more gear and you can have fun with those characters. But for now, you want the OP stuff, right?
Yeah.
I think Trickster exists on the right side of the tree.
Yeah.
And I guess it's
especially
Warden,
late.
but Warden's bottom side.
But do you think it'll be as competitive early? Like I feel like the left side has such a like early advantage.
If you get a chance later this week, you should take a look at the Locust Mine setup, like just defensively.
Okay.
It's like on no gear, I think I'm at 14k max fizz and then 45 max LE. But I guess that gets endurance charges, so it's not fair. Like Swift Killer, Trickster enables a lot of stuff, but
Yeah.
I think the defensive shell right now of finding builds that can run Wind Dancer actually really comps well. But it's hard to do, and it needs to be very thoughtful and really deliberate.
Yeah. How do you feel about the new addition of all the ES bases? Do you think that opens up CI a lot more, especially as early builds? And yeah, in general, are you looking more at CI?
I put a close to maxed out Trickster's chest in PoB, and it was like something like 7,000 ES naked. So definitely think CI is going to be a big thing this league, but
yeah, I'm ready for the 25k ES Trickster builds.
Then again, endurance charges are so broken. Why do you want to invest all that money to, go CI when you can just have really, really tanky characters from
big number
the
go
bottom
up.
side?
It's that
almost
simple, because big number go up.
immediately.
Yeah. Well, I think Ephemeral Edge will be fun this league with like that much more ES, because that's already been quite popular for a lot of people.
Ephemeral Edge Lightning Strike, just off the bat, all the way through progression wise. Disgusting.
Yeah.
Are you going to play that?
I think
I'm not.
I think they might have Ephemeral Edge on a enchanted mod. And if they have that, it's going to be nuts.
I imagine. Yeah, I mean, the enchants look really fun. Like the league mechanic in general
I don't think
just
they did not
looks
increase
super
mana,
fun.
though.
I really like the idea of a map sync. Like that's such a good idea. Right. Is there any ascendancy that you feel like people should stay away from?
Young? Let you get this one.
I think all the witches are a bit okay. I think occultist is maybe okay. I think elementalist is like it's not bait, but I probably wouldn't want to play it. I think elementalist is like something I want to avoid. I think Pathfinder is like dead in the water.
Yeah,
it's insane.
Steel keeps trying to convince me to go Pathfinder.
An opposite opinion on Pathfinder. I think it's going to be a lot worse endgame for sure, but I think Poisonous Concoction of bouncing is so strong, like it's actually so strong that it can actually make Pathfinder work at league start without any gear. So,
yeah.
But I agree with Jung. You should stay away from the witches. Like I said, anything without endurance charges, you're just asking for it. This league.
Yeah.
How do you
agree.
build defense on a Pathfinder?
I mean, you can still get 80% conversion.
Before that,
78, right?
78? Is it? I thought it was 80. 50,
it's
20,
lightning cold.
And then is it? I thought it was 10 from the helmet when it's elevated. Not elevated,
8.
but
Wait.
Oh shit. Never mind.
it's not perfect
You mean the
implicit. No, the helmet. Perfect implicit.
Yeah, it's 8,
Did
right?
Did they remove influence ones? Physical damage taken as. This includes incursion, temple delve, corruption modifier. They did not remove influence is taken as.
If I can find it.
Actually, yeah. Our numbers are like really spoiled now these days. Like I think Ben was mentioning, but like when we look at POBs right now for max fizz, like we just
Yeah,
were
you can go
ignoring
on
physical
Helm.
damage at some point previously, and
Yeah.
now we're like starting to remember
I mean,
again.
you could still do the Eldritch one on Helm anyways.
Like, oh yeah, like if you have 20k max fizz, you're tanking Shaper Slam without a
PR champ still. Oh my god, no.
problem.
I
So
mean, yes, but god, no.
40
Yeah.
is fine.
Don't.
I think 78 is a really decent amount though, and like especially with the power of endurance charges and like getting relic cash and stuff. So I don't know. And also at 78, like armor does do a lot more. If you have like 10k armor or 5k armor at 78, that
Even
is
starting
quite
ward would be
substantial.
fine.
Like yeah, we're not
I mean, ward's still not something you like make your main defense. It's just like something sprinkled on top, you know.
gonna be like as OP as before and running transcendence setups the same as before, but it's quite decent.
I think so too. I agree with you. I just don't think it's as overpowered, right? I think it's going to be at a good point.
So what Steel wants me to do is Penance Brand with the inexorable boots with the inexorable enchant. I will like the Grasping Vines enchant.
That for bossing? Like, is
Mostly
he going to
for
just like
Sanctum
map and
busting,
you
yeah.
boss?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think. I don't like poison for Sanctum. Maybe except poisonous concoction, but most poison builds I would stay away for Sanctum. But for bossing, that combo is absolutely insane.
Yeah,
it is
I
absolutely
could see
insane.
that winning the gauntlet.
I agree.
What is this link to? Exclamation point drama?
I think Slayer wins, but that's something altogether.
Slayer wins. Karn is gonna be so happy.
Slayer has to be top 3 ascendancy in the game now. With these changes, it has to be.
So what are the
Yeah,
main
Slayer
things
Hard
you
as
feel?
pump.
What do you feel like makes Slayer top 3 now?
Endurance charges, like it's
Yeah.
If you go for the baseline setup with Alessia's and Masterful Form, like you have, I guess if you go for the full Frenzy stack setup and then take Masterful Form, your baseline Frenzies with Alessia's and Dark Ray is going to be at 9 already, right? Which is what 36% LEDR, and that's additive with Eternal Damnation. And if you go like your max res up to, it's really easy to get max res now as well. So you can get 36 off that, probably another like 37 or 38 off that alone. And then when you're playing Alessia's, you're already playing the strongest archetype, which is Poison, probably. You can play Bleed too. And you have Ralakesh like double dipping for damage. Like your baseline POB, let's put it this way: when
Dude, imagine the Discharge Slayer if it didn't get deleted.
makes his first full POB this league, it will have that setup, right? And I think if it's below 10 million DPS, he's actually forgotten to equip a weapon
I'm still mad about that build. I'm so mad.
or
about
put on
that
skill
build.
gems. But it'll be invincible.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair though, I wouldn't be surprised if Quinn goes Gladiator just for the 100% more ramping damage. Like I saw that and I was like, that's a Quinn ascendancy. So good.
He's gonna be saying I'm ramping for 100 seconds.
Oh.
You have to
It is
enable beta
actually
and
quite
the
nice for
options
hardcore,
for
especially
POV
early.
update.
I'm definitely taking that in my Gladiator SST. Because you're definitely going to be in the fight for 30-40 seconds. So
Slayer looking good because of
Soul
the
Ascension.
charge changes.
People forget
and
Slayer has insane damage along with these defensives,
melee
right?
buffs.
People think, okay, so your baseline 8 endurance charges at league start in white maps is like whatever, right? Don't forget, you're getting 8 frenzies from that. Frenzies is tons of damage, right? And then you have this 25% damage coal, and then you have all of these 20% nodes, and you have overleech. So, and you have the 10% damage reduction from overleech. So it's like sustain, damage, mitigation. What else can you want?
it's pretty nice. It really is a really good ascendancy. It will be interesting to see what will be the most played ascendancy, especially on hardcore.
I think building wise though, like now that I'm thinking about it, because like that is sort of like where we want to focus this, right? I think building wise, it's really frustrating to look at right now. The more I think about Slayer, the more I think about like the whole Ralakesh thing. I wonder if you guys feel the same way, where let's say for the second builds, that everything is pretty much looking at endurance charge stacking Ralakesh, or if there's like, if I'm just like kind of like closing my mind too much.
No, I agree. So on hardcore, I feel more pigeonholed than ever defense wise.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Is there anything else like setup wise that you're thinking about? Because I have like trickster POVs that are like 20k ES, but
Like for my first build, yeah, I'm just looking at endurance charges, nothing else. Because I really do want to try Warden, but I'm like, until I get like the shield and like I
No,
said,
this
like
is
going
playing
bow
HC
sounds
trade.
super sucky on hardcore right now. Like, how am I going to get tanky enough to do anything? Like, that does actually sound quite rough. I don't know. It's hard. And Warden looks so fun too, especially for like just, well, everything that isn't Sanctum. I'm very sad about the anti-synergy of Warden and Sanctum because you're never going to get the Berserk thing. So it's just going to keep resetting every zone.
Like it takes like 6 seconds. You mean like the thing that's like applying ailments gives you the 100% buff or something?
Yeah. Like I'll never
80%
have that for the bosses.
And this, hear me out. What if you played the game? You know the one that's in hardcore where you can die and lose your character?
I do that. Everything. Actually, I only died once last thing.
Yeah, Sanctum dodge is interesting.
Sanctum is definitely the most broken currency thing in the game right now. I'm surprised they did not nerf it. I'm surprised it's alive still.
Well, it could be nerfed. If it doesn't have gold, it's pretty balanced.
I'll say I'm fairly sure there's a buff for Sanctum.
Well, Sandstorm Massage being rarer and not nerfed, like this league, Sandstorm Massage could be really fun for builds.
I think this league is going to have tons of like super crazy things because they haven't released the oils, right? They haven't released the enchants, and there's going to be some combination there that's just going to break stuff open, right?
Yeah, see, this is exactly what I'm saying, right? We have, like, beyond, like, day 1, like, it hits day 2, the meta is completely up in the air. Day 1, sure, you can tell what it's gonna be. Past day 1, though, we don't know nothing. Like, there's rune enchants, there's all the new annoyance. It's gonna be bonkers. Release info throughout this week. Yeah, but we probably won't know until probably won't know everything till the torrent comes out and someone data mines it. But the PoE DB guy's on vacation though, so I don't think it's gonna be updated in time for League, actually. PoE DB guy is on vacation or something. Good opportunity for a competitor coming and dethrone PoEDB. I don't think that'll happen. PoEDB is too good. ODB is one of the few websites that I don't complain about being dog shit. It does everything it needs to do well.
You're talking about big tankiness, 200 million damage, freaking stuff flying all across the screen, everything is dying. There's going to be something. I almost guarantee it, because when they do all of these things, right, they're going to miss something. They always do.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's just too many things coming into the game. It's
Have they said anything about taming yet? Imagine if taming goes live.
Yeah, I actually have a question. So we're playing a lot of attack builds this time around, or like a lot of people are POing.
Oh, it's confirmed already? Okay, yeah.
Building for attack builds, especially on the league start. In the past, we've done a lot of caster building, or you like build EA, where it's fairly stock standard in terms of what your damage will.
Yeah, there is no way that
like
goes live.
Points in progression, right?
Because
you have
are
like
crazy for thinking that would even be
a +3 bow, where you're
live.
using level 20 gems with a +1 in a Vendorcraft. How are you guys setting up for weapons, and what do you think is like a realistic way to estimate weapon damage, especially for playing rares?
So I've been doing. So for the shield, so I was POBing Gladiator SST. So for the Super Endgame one, I just made like a close to perfect shield because they're not that hard to make. And then I had 11 million DPS, which I was pretty happy with that. Like for a league starter with like, maybe I was like between 20 and 40 divines. Depends how much the stupid belt's gonna be, because every single person on hardcore is gonna use that. The
Verslatha?
Yeah, Verslatha's Coil. Right, it's gonna be super popular this league. Like every bleed build's gonna use that. Then for the mid game, I just did like 80% plus rolled tier 2 mods. on most of my gear. Because I get that very quickly.
Oh, I guess armor wise, it's like you're talking like
On
armor,
everything, like
percent,
life,
flat,
resists, everything.
What about like fizz weapons though? Because that's always been like a thing, right? That's like it's like last league was the huge exception for sure.
Yeah, slightly better than like one mod and crafting. It's pretty easy to do, especially like Essence goes nuts this league. Like it's gonna be so easy to farm Essence because like it's so much better on the map device and the auction house. So, I'm assuming should be able to like make pretty good gear.
I gear towards the economy every single league, so I usually want to use a 1C weapon. Like if you know my league starters, they all have like this 1C weapon that I use for like 5 days.
Do you mind?
Because I know exactly what items are going to go up like to an extreme value, like these charge rings, right? You always want to pick them up early in the league because
I'm
they're cheap.
increasing the points.
After like a week, they explode in price, right? And there's a ton of items that are like this, including like Watcher's Eyes and all of that stuff, specific mods according to which builds are popular. So I like to I like to save my money for the 5 days, pick up the one item I feel like that's going to benefit me in the future, and then I buy it. That's what I do.
I mean, on every league starter we have, I always have one set that is like literal garbage because I feel like if the build looks decent with literal garbage, you can't really go wrong with it, and a new player's gonna have a really good time. So that's like my main philosophy there. As a final question before we wrap up here, can you guys give me 3 league starters you think people should like look out for that? Yeah, give me 3 league starters each that you think will be decent.
You want to go first?
Let me think. Let me look at my POV list really quickly.
What is that behind his
Give me,
head? That a green
what if you
suit?
say one? What if we alternate? One.
Okay.
You know what
Oh my God.
Okay.
You go first though.
You want me to go first?
Yeah.
Any attack skill on a Slayer. That's what I think. Because it's going to be really, really good.
I mean, I think the league star I put out so far, I think Locust Mines is
It's finally Karn League.
beyond broken this patch. It depends on Marilene's
Because Rue's a
accessibility as well. Yeah, Marilene's fallacy. But like the base crit is insane. I crit cap without any effort anymore, and I think if you focus entirely defensively, you start out with a 1 prop essence, like a just deafening essence wrath, nothing else. You start out at 15 million DPS on that character.
Wow.
Not bad. Has anybody done the math on the mana stuff for melee? I mean, like, I imagine you just get Elbrion rings and it's fine still, right?
With like a full defensive setup. It's just
That's really good.
insane.
Really good. All right.
All right,
Ray, do
Rue.
you have another one?
Auto Warcry Slammer. I was looking at a POV today, and I was looking at Alk make a POV today.
Life tapping a bunch or blood? Well, the life tapping thing, I'm gonna be real, isn't. That's really not anything new.
Those things look good. Playing big slams without having to press war cries is every man's dream, right?
Yeah.
Like you get big damage, you get, big coverage, you don't have to press buttons, tanky. I love it. I saw POVs, I love it. I want to make my own now.
Nice.
I didn't look at that too. I think in terms of returning, I think Archmage is still insanely broken, and the POV that we all made last patch that none of us played was Archmage DD. With nerfs to like, the thing is like we can get a lot of baseline mitigation now, and I think Archmage DD on Necro is really good right now because we're getting a lot more access to block. So from like a avoidance perspective, we should be hitting pretty close to max block right away, and the damage on that is still insane, and it's probably what I'm gonna be like playing around with for a while and trying to see at least what the floor of it is, because I think it's unreasonably high.
Jung's gonna laugh, but Poisonous Concoction Pathfinder. It wouldn't be my league recommended league starters unless there was a Pathfinder poison build in there, and that skill is still insane. You're talking about 20 million DPS, no gear. Anybody can pick up the.
I wish Poison Conch didn't just like kill your mana flask still. They like made it impossible to sustain your mana flask. Dude, I really like Poisonous Concoction, but I just feel like I don't. It's not worth doing because you have no mana flasks.
Build.
I meant life flask, whatever.
It's so
whatever
easy to play.
flask.
It is so
You know
good.
what I mean.
Especially for Sanctum. I played a run yesterday. I had like, I don't know, 30, 40 C of gear just storming through Sanctum.
Nice.
It's great.
I mean, it's not like I don't like Peaconk. I just think like it's better elsewhere. You know, like Peaconk Slayer, Peaconk Trickster are gonna be like you feel beat with both of those. Peaconk Slayer is like just better, man. You know that.
I think for a new player, I think starting out Pathfinder is still a little bit easier for a lot of people to play.
They
right?
can't press their flasks. They accuse me of
No.
macroing when I like just you can see my hand like smashing my keyboard. Like it's nonsense.
I think
I
that
think
is
for-
an important thing to consider too, like who's the build for. Like there are a lot of builds that are good, but they're bad for new players.
I think the number one balance league started this patch for like most players. The most will like, and we'll see at least. I know off the top of my head, I've seen at least 5 different people make this build already in different ways. It's gonna be Lightning Strike Warden.
Yeah.
It's not very like HC friendly unless you're quite creative and play more of a bottom side oriented tree. But that build is gonna just be, I think, whatever way it's built, as long as the person is like, forget about that 100% win rate or 100% hit rate. If that build maker is around a 30-40% hit rate, their build for LS Warden this patch will be top tier. Period.
Yeah.
What do you have? Do you want to share?
Me? Yeah, I am looking at Lightning Strike as well. And then Gladiator SST. I just like the idea of like bleed pops is so fun. Gladiator SST was one of my most favorite builds that I ever played. So just
I wish
you run...
SST that like I don't know how many people it bothers, but let me see. I don't want to log into. I have a thing with the shield here. Maybe this one. SST like has this thing where it doesn't throw straight. It like throws slightly to the side and it makes the skill unplayable for me. It's so bad. Let's see, let's get a shield here. Like it is, I hate it. Holy shit, this hideout is not set up good. The NPCs are all over the place. Shield throw, is that a red or is it green? The green? It's green. Like look. You see that? It doesn't throw where the cursor is. It's like slightly to the right. And it feels really bad to me. Like it makes it unplayable. Well, now it's slightly to the left. So I guess on both sides it's like... Yeah, it makes it it genuinely makes it unplayable for me, like... Bad. I can't stand it. You like that it does that? You're insane, dude. You are insane. Did you, I mean, like, I guess I'm probably missing, but... Oh no, it's bad. I hate it. Well, that'd be the best class for last rate bleed build. I don't know, probably. This is SST, Spectral Shield Throw. Stop. It's annoying. Like, there's somewhere I can hit like a single guy. Good.
You're absurd to find
Like it hits, but it's just annoying.
The appointed time is here. Victory will be ours.
This looks bad. Like it's fine, but feels bad. All the hits ramping.
Disintegration.
That's a bit. I don't know. Pet peeve about that. It's less about how it actually functions and more like it's annoying to look at.
Straight into Blight, farm loads of currency,
Build it, I'm
and
making
you get block
myself.
instantly. Like I get basically 90% block within 6
I'm not
seconds.
cooking, I was just complaining about SST being shit.
Versus starting the league, that feels so nice for mapping, and I'll get like 50, 60k armor. Like I'm probably not gonna die from like normal stuff. And
Have
that's
you
like,
heard about? Have you heard about the Penance Mark tech for Gladiator so you can proc max block on bosses all the time? Simply Business told me about it today, and I thought about it. I was like, this is really good. It's really good.
What is it?
It's the one that spawns two like little
Oh,
spirits that
man.
attack you. And then it's gonna proc your
Wait, that's still in the game? What?
lucky block, and you're just gonna face tank every single boss.
That sounds so nice.
Wait, I missed that. Oh, on one of the new unique rings. Is that on the main page? I missed that. I kind of forgot what the rings do. Is that on here? I missed those. Well, I didn't miss them, but I forgot what they do. I don't see it. In the reveal video. They only showed them for like a split second. I never went back to them, so that it didn't get cemented in my head, you know?
Miners and allocate our new
Do writhing worm jars attack you? No. No, those are scarabs.
out the patch notes after.
Where are they at the beginning? 3410. Oh, there. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, but Penance Mark is the one that actually has life and Chaos Res. So, I mean, that's the good one. Maybe, maybe.
Glad to.
Flamewood Totem. Oh shit. I forget how these things actually... Everybody was... The only thing I remember with Penance Mark, anybody even thinking about using it for, is for the poison thing that nobody ended up doing.
Corpses you can use to raise a spell like granting with
I'm actually a Flamewood enjoyer. I actually like Flamewood quite a bit. Is it a Flamewood angle and then the Penance Marks attack it? Is that the play? Flamewood, I like Flamewood, actually. And they made Chieftain pops apply to the totems now, right, too? So they actually pop things now? Always has been. No, on release it wasn't. On release it did not. I'm pretty sure. There was something about it. I haven't tried Flamewood since they changed that. The only time I played Flamewood was when it's clear as shit. What do you do? What do you think about Glad Bleed with EQ? I don't know. Actually, I haven't seen any numbers on bleed stuff yet. I've not looked at any bleed builds. Did I keep my Fulcrum guy? Oh yeah, here we go. I don't know if I have it socketed. I might. I don't think I do. I think I took it off. Yeah. I was doing that though. I think I ended up taking it off. Is it getting totems to taunt pain now? Why? Season was that back piece? I think it was Affliction. Are those in the store yet? Yeah, they are, okay. Flamewood starter? Holy. Is that the play? Flamewood starter? It's a nice bait. What do you mean, dude? I don't know, I mean... Don't have taunt. What did they do? What do you mean? Don't you just... What do you mean you don't have taunt? What they... I don't remember. Hold on. I need to look at a POB for this. I don't remember this build and what they did. Flamewood Totem. Well, you just... I mean... What do you mean? You just clear with, I mean, ZDPS, you just make the boss attack you, your chiefs, and they'll take no damage. Just put the totem in front of you, easy. I think I have, I mean... Chief. It's gonna be scuffed, I'm pretty sure. Am I stupid? Wait, 325, I want 325. Is bugged in Pobe? Why was bugged about it? It just says it doesn't work. I mean, you just like... I mean, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I mean, I don't know. How low can you get decoy totem, pull down? Flamewood.
The most clunky totem builds I ever played, definitely.
I mean, yeah, but it's so OP that the clunk is worth it. Oh, well, you can't do this boss with the... You can't do this boss with this build. I mean, yeah, you just can't do this boss with this build.
Please attack my totem, please!
She can't attack
my totem, please!
Wait, what? What did she even hit that with?
Totem, please! Attack my...
Oh, that does damage? I never knew that does damage. But yeah, this is why Penance Mark is OP. But how are you gonna make sure the Penance Mark stuff spawn, like, doesn't it spawn like over here or something? Isn't it just gonna, aren't the Flamewoods gonna shoot over here?
Attack my totem, please!
I mean, just look at that damage, dude.
The most clunky totem builds I ever played, definitely.
You just gotta get enough AoE that it hits them even if they spawn like 45 feet to the left. What was this say? Versus single enemy causing to spawn multiple phantasms on hit. Cast projectile spell. I mean, I don't know, it might be pretty good. I forget how far they spawn. Penance, Mark, Test, PoE. Melee is still melee, don't be baited. In this video, I discussed the new buffs and how an ability's damage effectiveness isn't a strong indicator if a skill is good. See the forum post of the melee expert? No. Pirating North Korean satellite TV. What did I just see? Average Quinn Shaper Arena? Why does this not exist? Is it not called Penance Mark? It is Penance Mark. I guess just nobody made a video on it. I don't know. I mean, I think Flamewood Totem is unironically even the way it's clunky. I think it's fun. Like I think Flamewood's fun actually.
Please attack my
even with
totem,
it being
please.
clunky.
Attack my totem, please.
I wonder. I wonder if the VOD's still there where I did bosses for my Void Stones on Flamewood. Actually, I don't remember if it was for my Void Stones, but I did bosses on Flamewood for some reason, and it was pretty funny. I should have saved those. I think the VOD's probably gone, but maybe there's a clip. Maybe there's a clip, I don't know. There could be a clip. Let me see. One harvest counter playing Locust Mines? Maybe. Where is it? Sort by date, sort by popular. No, I want clips. All. My clip thumbnails are pretty unhinged. My top clip, I'm in a Wendy's uniform? Okay, but did you know that D4 has Dr. Disrespect in it? Oh my god, it came! Do I have a... There's Dr. Disrespect in D4. Is this DD? Where is it? Flamewood Totem. There's gotta be a clip for this somewhere. There's gotta be a clip for this somewhere. It's not a death, but... there was like a... It might be this, no, 4 years ago? That's not it. I think it was like, I don't know, 1 year ago? Maybe less, actually. When was that Flamewood character? Age. Oh my god, it's almost a year ago? No way. 305 days ago? No way this character's from almost a year ago. Are you kidding me? Bro, there's no way this character's that old. What? No way. What? There's no way. Oh my god, it actually is. Holy shit. I can't believe that. Am I using Flamewood in this? Holy shit, dude. Necropolis has just warped my POV on time. I think... Wait, one of these... This might have it in here. This might have it in here. Where is it? Oh. Maybe? Maybe? Where is it? I want to see my Shaper fight with Flamewood Totem. I mean, here's some Flamewood Totem. I think it might be in here. Look at this, dude. This is crazy. You seen this? I guess this is when it had taunt, though. So now you'd have to, like, put it in front of you and make the boss hit it. Asian porno and it's a Rutu clip? This can't be good. Wait, is this the Flamewood Totem? Or is it? No, Hex Blast, what was that? Oh, dude, where's the Flamewood? What is this? This can't be good.
The number of chains, right, through the number of projectiles to get it up to like 14 chains, right? Because the chains on Peacock, it's not like it's like Asian porno, right? It's just like it's fast, right?
What? Alright, where is this clip? I don't get it. How is this not in there, dude? It was so funny. Scam. Well. Okay, this is still the best thumbnail I've ever seen for a PoE video right here. This is still the best one I've ever seen. have so many tabs open. Oh, I forgot to. Oh no, I did open fish. Yeah, I made that one. Alright, I'll be right back. Do some fish. Alright, I'm back. Alright, gotta figure out what I want to do now. I guess I can fix this thing up. I don't know. The Killer of God trailer? No. I remember someone saying it. Was that you said something about it like 2 days ago? No, I immediately forgot. New build for Calgarian League already figured out? I mean the options are like left side tree build with endurance charges or Archmage. Well, I guess Archmage is left side tree too. Well, kind of. I mean, it goes there. I mean, it's like left top side. Options are melee. I mean, Archmage is fine. Alright, what's the, I hear you have a secret Dan build. What is it? Spill the beans. You wanna try Jug Bone Shower you use at the start before switching? You level with Sunder. And before Sunder, you go like Spectral Throw. It's this, but with endurance charges and relic cash. Okay. Fair enough, I guess. I wonder how much relic cash is gonna cost. What if they make it a T0? What is it right now? T1? I don't even know what it is. No, it's not T0. T0 is stuff like Mage Blood. Peacock of Bouncing Slayer. I don't know, I haven't seen it. Can you use Smite though before Sunder of the Templar Mule? I don't know. I think Smite's really bad for damage early. Let's see. You get Sunder at level 12. So at the end of Act 1. PoE. What is this? Is that the Peaconk? Consume 8 charges per projectile. My god, dude. Why does it have to take so many? Works on, well, it says base crit for attacks with weapons, and you don't use a weapon with Peaconk, so no. The rate added gems given them the new numbers for damage effectiveness?
Force in.
Yes, but I don't know how to do it. There is a way. Use the bleed stuff, not worth for a build. I mean, it's probably fine. Peaconk bouncing slayer. You're definitely just like perma out of life flask though, right? Like, there's no scenario on Peaconk where you sustain it anymore, right? Thanks for the 2-month Prime, Godzilla. Dude, I want Peaconk Occultist already. I want that to come back. I miss that build. Peaconk of bouncing be good for heisting? I mean, your skill doesn't really matter for heisting, you just need to be able to run through fast and not die. It. think we hit the it's Jover quota in like 2 minutes. Am I crazy? Why are people still using champ for builds? Am I crazy? There's no way that's good, right? I forgot. I don't remember what banners actually do now. Are banners like really good and it's worth going if they do banners? I don't know. What do the banners actually do? Banner. Defines banner. Okay, so Defiance banner is AoE, movement speed, and suppression. AoE aura effect? Wait. AoE and aura effect for the banner. Attack, block. Accuracy rating fizz. Okay, I don't know, dude. I haven't read. I've. You mean me? I've read it. It's just impossible to remember everything, dude. Unless you mean you haven't read it. I don't know. I don't get why you'd still make this champion. Yo, B for 325, good options and enable it. Oh, there's an update. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't just click Slayer with this build instead of Champ, you know? That's a thumbnail. Nutty idea for a thumbnail. From Wooly. %23% of Fizz converted to fire. Seems kind of weird, but I don't know. Avatar of Fire. What am I gonna probe my spirit born? That's a good question. D4 has like websites for it. Who has Alex POB for this? Or for Earth Shatter? Someone have that? Click options, click beta. Wait, this POB has all this config stuff for more damage and it's not even 2 million? I guess it's a 5 link, but I don't know, this POB looking kind of weird, I don't know. It is it's looking kind of weird. I don't know, dude, I don't know. Looking a little weird. They posted a little later after they cleaned it out. Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure if this not sure if this POB is it. Caterpillar Cake Club, apparently, according to the message one above yours. I guess the question now is, with endurance charges buffed, do you not go this node at start? I mean, it's pretty good, but well, I can't test it out. It hasn't changed yet. I still kind of wanna... I want to see, like, I want to kind of pat down and click. Well, I don't know. I guess I can't with those. I want to click some max res nodes, but the tree is so tight. No. I used clusters on that Arc Nova dude. I don't even think I did, I don't know. No. I mean, it's Archmage POB tree with ball lightning in it. Thanks for the 2-year resub, the actual duck. Thanks for the 42-year resub, Zern. I don't know, this tree's pretty tight. I don't know if I can click the new red stuff. A private test server for build creators would be a good idea. No, I hate that so much. I think, like, if you're a content creator, you should not be allowed to have the private test stuff. It's so fucking lame. Like, last Epoch, it's super lame. Like, Diablo, super lame. Like, in PoE, it's still, like, a lot of stuff is figured out pre-league, but a lot of the time in PoE, like, the really, really good builds aren't figured out until, like, in the middle of the patch, right? That doesn't exist in the other games. I mean, I guess it still existed in Last Epoch because somehow the testers, like, missed really OP stuff, but... in PoE, like, we won't really know what the best build is for a little bit. And yeah, I really don't like PTR is fucking awful, dog shit, stupid, bad. They need a public test server to be honest. Fucking exploits and bullshit every single league since PoE came out. I mean, when was the last time that happened? The only one I ever can think of is like Incursion. I don't think it was Incursion League, but there's like some league where you got like a bunch of mirror shards from Incursion. I don't know what league that was. No, I really want to go and click all the max res stuff, but... Notes. What do I write for notes in this? I don't know. Holy. I think I just found a good video. What do you mean cooked? They're great.
Hello, and welcome. Let me see if I can taste the mint.
Oh yeah, dude. Rip it. Do a blinker.
I do taste the mint. It tastes like watermelon mint gum. That's what it tastes like.
Do a blinker.
This is called Mr. Vapor.
Holy, she's ripping it, dude.
This is called the Rust with blueberries in it. And this is nice and smooth.
Three vital league starter creation tips. I don't. The POB guy's not on vacation. It's the PODB guy. PODB. Ziz's hair matches the. Well, this goes. His hair goes to the side there, not down. That'd be funny though if he combed his hair down for the nerfs and it's going up for the buffs. It's going to the side though. Rue explains Frostblades of ketosis for his league starter. Why does Rue 2 get an editor and Rue doesn't even ask him to do it? And this guy just uploads Rue's shit. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, actually. I like how the what is the build? 5400 DPS? That's pretty good. That's pretty good one.
This is why I want to play Frostblades of Catabasis next league. First, Frostblades of Catabasis got buffed as much as Frostblades, but it didn't lose the flat on the skill because it never had the flat to begin with. So it's already an overbuff for what they wanted, okay? And this is the mechanic these are the mechanics that I think is going to make this build good. And they sound simple, but it's actually very good, okay? First, it's a cold skill. So I'm going to be able to freeze and chill, right? Whenever I do it. And you can see there's about 7 monsters on the board right now. Oh man, there's gonna be a lot more. And I'm gonna pros my Frostblades, and you can see how many hits this thing hits for, right? Because this is gonna help clear, right? A lot. Because it's pretty much a melee skill that has infinite range. Like I hit, okay, that's me. You see that? 26 hits, right? You see these monsters come here? Boom, 12 hits. Boom, 26 hits, right? Boom, 10 hits, right? From Frostblades, boom. It's gonna get more because I'm gonna be closer. 16 hits, boom, 62 hits, right? You can definitely know there isn't 62 monsters there. You can get up to 3 additional hits because of the way Frostblades works with additional monsters and the way they cleave, right? This is the other thing that you want to do with the skill. You see the range? For bossing? No, I'm not building the dot around it at all. I'm using it as an attack skill. It goes across the screen. Lab, okay. My build, your map, right? Here. It's expensive. Might be too.
What does he have to say about the drama?
This is going to be a serious video about league starters, bait builds, and all the drama surrounding those two things. Let's dive right in. And it is, of course, topical. It's league starter season. Why people get so passionate. And I think I know why people get so passionate.
He doesn't say anything about the drama at all.
So vitriolic during starter season. I have 3 reasons I'd like to discuss here today, but first let's talk about why I'm actually discussing it. It's because earlier today, I put out a video that was merely talking about why I am excited for 5 different Melee League starters. Lots of people enjoyed it. I'd say about 80% of people enjoyed it. Lots of people commented, people understood what that video was, because I branded it properly. The thumbnail in no way said that these were the top starters. The title in no way communicated that these are the best builds and you should totally play them. And this
I mean, the title kind of does. I don't know.
This is going to be a build guide video. Neither did the description. The description was very clear about what the video was. And if you watched the video itself, you'd know within the first 30 seconds that this was just me talking about why I'm excited to play Melee in PoE 3.25 Settlers of Kalgur. And I won't go into it in depth right now, but essentially I'm playing hardcore. There's a lot of exciting options available. Grinding Gear Games buffed Melee to the moon. I don't think they tested a lot of these changes. And it's going to be a super fun league launch. And I think that's how they balanced this league. They went with fun and not balance. Everything appears to be imbalanced and they're okay with that. And I'm excited. And that's what that video talked about. But some people came to the comments for my head. Seriously, I had some KYS comments. I had some other very angry comments. And you know what I did? Something that I decided I would do about 3 weeks to 4 weeks ago. Use the ban hammer. Sorry, everyone. If you're making comments like that on my videos, I will shadow ban you. It's unfortunate. Something that I decided I would do about 3 weeks to 4 weeks ago. Use the ban hammer. Sorry, everyone. If you're... I had some other very angry comments. And you know what I did? Something that I decided I would do about 3 weeks to 4 weeks ago. Use the ban hammer. Sorry, everyone. If you're making comments like that on my videos, I will shadow ban you. It's unfortunate, but I'm gonna do it. I don't need to read those in my life. I'm a positive person, but those bring me down severely. So I'm just gonna ignore that. Well, I will ban, and then obviously I'll never see them or any of your comments again. So please, if you'd like me to see your future comments, don't tell me to KYS. That's not great. That's not great, especially over a video game. Anyway, I think that people do this during League starter season at a heightened rate. And I have 3 reasons why people might go on crusades into various content creator
I feel like if you're gonna if you want to be a content creator and random people saying stuff online is actually gonna like affect your mood in like really any way, you're kind of like setting yourself up for failure. I don't know.
comment sections, on forum posts, on Reddit threads, and the like.
Like, I mean, it's, I don't know. You have to have a thick skin to be a content creator, or you're not gonna have a good time. Fair, but why allow that behavior to continue? Huh? I don't decide if people do that or not. What do you mean?
Let's talk about each of those reasons right now, beginning with reason number 1. I think most Path of Exile players are well-intentioned, even people who may sound hostile in comments when talking about builds and League starters. I think they want to educate others, explain their opinion on a build or an idea, how a gem works, how an item interaction should work or can work in a build. They just go about it poorly. You know, a lot of Path of Exile players probably aren't the best communicators, unfortunately. That was true of me for quite some time, okay? I had to learn how to communicate effectively. I only did.
If someone keeps coming to your chat saying inappropriate things or calling you back constantly, it's better to block them from participating. They have shown themselves to be a bad actor. Okay. I didn't say to not do that.
Did so really in recent years. I think a lot of people go into comment sections and they don't mean to hurt others' feelings and they don't mean to be hateful. It's just what they read on the internet. And they kind of just engage in it naturally. They don't actually mean what they're writing. They don't mean, I want you to die because you put out a poor build guide or because you're faking information. They don't mean that. They're just communicating in the way that they've learned over years and years of being on the internet and in these various heightened Path of Exile communities. Now, in my case, very recently, in that Melee video I talked about earlier, I had a lot of people saying I should KYS for spreading fake information, and then I had some lighter people just saying, this guy spreads fake information about builds. No, I don't. I'm not doing that in the slightest. You didn't read the thumbnail, you didn't read the title, you didn't watch the video. Have you ever watched any of my videos? I barely do. Did I do 3 last League? On build? I don't do build guides, and when I do, I put a lot of effort into them. And I do them for entertainment. I'm not spreading false information or misinformation. I think these people who go on crusades in the comments mostly are well-intentioned, but there are some bad apples like the ones I just described who actually do this for a reason.
I don't think they're well-intentioned at all. They're just, I mean, like, here's the thing, right? You just, like, if you don't want to see them, you ban them and move on. When you make a whole video about it, they're giggling in their chair at you. They're laughing at you. When you acknowledge this, like, when somebody, I see this with a lot of content creators, they put out like either a giant Twitter post or make like a 20-minute YouTube video. Like, the people that try and piss you off, all you're doing is like feeding into them.
Number 2. And it's super simple and it is a very human thought. They think they know best. And they think they can tell others that they know best and make themselves stand up on a pedestal. Now this might sound very petty of me to say, but after reading hundreds, if not thousands of comments along those lines, not only in my own comment section, but on Reddit, in the comment sections of other Path of Exile creators and the creators for other games too, I think a lot of people want to tell others how much they know and how well they know it, okay? And that exudes from folks in the Path of Exile community. It's a game where having a lot of knowledge is like a badge of honor, and I totally understand that. However, I'm the opposite. I'm very open about the fact that I do not know everything. I am not an expert build creator, and it takes a lot of time for me to understand how many of these builds operate, and I think that's the case for a lot of people out there too. And as long as you're upfront about that with your community, as I try to be, I think it's perfectly okay. When I put out a build guide, say for Cleave of Rage from last league, I did
The video from last, you mean the toxic optimality video where someone was like, I don't even remember what the dude was trying to say. People that make good builds are toxic or something? I don't know. I mean, that video is painful. That video is painful.
all I could to make it a good one. I did the research, I got a POB, I did an early game, a mid game, and a late game setup. I did everything in my power to lay out exactly what I knew, how I knew it, and why I thought it was going to work. And I laid out what I didn't know as well. I think that's a problem too with some creators, right? Some creators are like these commenters. They think they know everything. They think they know best. And they want to communicate that to as wide.
Okay, well, I mean, the thing here is like, okay, this is actually,
These commenters, they think they know as well.
say?
I think that's a problem too with some creators, right? Some creators are like these commenters. They think they know everything. They think they know best. And they want to communicate that to as wide a community as possible.
Like, here's the thing, right? A lot of the content creators do know best.
Maybe if we were all a little bit more humble and understanding that not all of us are an encyclopedia of Path of Exile knowledge like someone, let's say Mark Roberts or Jonathan Rogers or Mark II from Grinding Gear Games, I think the community would be a better one at the end of the day. Well, that's what I think. I think people who go on crusades in comment sections during League Starter season, who do it for this third reason, I think the Path of Exile community is long, long gone. Reason number 3.
Thanks for
That
the 9
guy's
months.
got a big
Your
nose.
resub prime tide.
Is they just think some creators, like myself, only put out these League Starter videos and League Starter lists and build guides for that sweet, sweet bag. Money, right? Views, subscribers. It's all about the money, right? Well, they are kind of right. I won't lie. It's very lucrative during League start season, and it's how most Path of Exile creators actually make all their money and get all their subscribers and all their views and keep their channels alive. This channel, though, is very, very dissimilar. My best times are not around.
I don't think any YouTube PoE creator makes good money from YouTube. Relative to their overall income, I mean. I don't think any PoE YouTuber is sustained at all by YouTube.
On League starter season because, as I said before, I am not a build creator. I don't create a ton of builds. I don't put out a ton of lists, and I just try to have fun when I do so, and I'm very, very upfront about that. Other creators, though, let's take Zizarin, for example. He will put out multiple League starter guides in a day. He'll put out a ton of content right here and now because this is his spike in the Path of Exile season. This is when he makes most of his money, and this is why a lot of his viewers watch him. Okay? And a lot of people out there are probably pretty salty that these content creators are making a ton of money off League starter lists and League starters and build guides and the like. Okay? When many of these people do put out pretty great guides themselves on, Reddit or the official PoE forums or on their own smaller YouTube channels, they might be a bit envious. And then when compounded with the fact that they think that these creators only do this to make money, it probably heightens that anger to a level that causes them to go on the crusades and tell people to KYS, or you're spreading disinformation and misinformation and everything you do is fake and blah, 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 right? It's a very unfortunate situation, even though they are a bit
Staining.
right. Now, I'd argue the Path of Exile community is pretty darn good and committed, okay? Almost every creator I can think of who puts out build content doesn't just do it for the sweet coin. They don't just want the...
I don't think anybody does it for the money because YouTube money is dog shit. I don't think anybody, I don't think any of the creators make YouTube videos purely for the money from YouTube.
Currency. They also do it because they're passionate about the game. They're knowledgeable about the game. And they're trying to put out a product that people will consume, enjoy, and use at the end of the day. League starters and build guides are utilitarian for the most part. People will have them running on a second monitor while they're playing the game. They'll pull them up as a resource throughout the league, right? The way I do my league starters is very different, though. I do them almost purely for entertainment. A lot of people do seem to use them for utility too, and I pride myself in that. I'm glad that I'm able to curate some good league starters together, and I've done my first official build guide, the Cleave of Rage from last league, and people really love that. But, you know, I'm exception, okay? I don't get a lot of my views and revenue and stuff from league start season. But we're talking about other creators here. I think if people understood that fact, that it wasn't just all about the money, even though that's important, that these creators are doing a good service to the majority of the Path of Exile community, that maybe we could bring down the temperature a bit more when it comes to going absolutely berserk and unhinged. Comment sections,
This is internet
Reddit threads.
commenters, dude.
So if you get nothing
Nothing's
else
gonna
from this video,
change
my
that.
fellow exiles, take away this. Let's just be chill. Let's enjoy this league, and let's have fun, okay? Settlers of Kelgur is an unprecedented update for Path of Exile 1, and it's really kickstarting a new age of the game. I'm going to say it over and over and over again. I think this is Path of Exile 4.0. Okay, I'm shocked that Grinding Gear Games did not brand 3.25 as 4.0. 25 expansions in the 3.0 era. Just go to 4.0 already. It's a good time to be a PoE player. Let's be kind to others. Let's
Diarrhea, American English, also spelled diarrhea or diarrhea, British English,
for the
is the condition of
32
having at least
resubs,
3 loose,
Hakamori.
liquid, or watery bowel movements and often lasts for a few days and can result in dehydration due to fluid loss. Signs of dehydration often begin with loss of the normal stretchiness of the skin, and irritable can progress to decreased urination, loss of skin color, a fast heart rate, and a decrease in responsiveness as it becomes more severe.
Okay, wait. Why is... Why is Rax mentioned? I mean... Like... Not in any way, like... Flaming Rax, like, right? I mean, I'm chill with Rax, but, why is he... What? Didn't he's... I don't know. Kinda odd.
Is someone I am also friends with, and that is Dreamcore. We both started in the space around the same time. He recommended this league. Next up, and this might be surprising to all of you because this dude is massive, but only recently has he really dove into the Path of Exile community, and I love his videos for it.
Maybe it's not okay, maybe my confusion was... It has nothing to do with... informational people.
Style is consistent, it's very content dense, okay? He conveys information unlike really any other creator out there, and his dedication is, of course, unmatched. And I'm talking about Rax and Trax, or Rax, the dude in the blue hoodie who is known for playing Diablo 3 and blasting there. Recently, he started playing Path of Exile and putting out content for our game, in addition to Last Epoch, Diablo 4, Diablo 3, and of course probably for Path of Exile 2, and I love all of his videos. Especially seeing this dude who does this as his full-time job. He streams every day, and his commitment is to stream every single day for 10 years, and he's about halfway through that right now. It's astounding, and the dude seriously has not missed a day. So if you haven't already, I'm sure you've seen some of his videos, but if you haven't already, make sure to go check some out. They're super cool, and I think all of you would really enjoy his content. Number 4.
I don't know.
These players are making Path of Exile awesome.
I mean, like, if the intro...
I love their content video, and of course I am entirely joking there. In today's video, I'd like to highlight history. I'd like to talk about 10 rad creators and make sure all of you, many of which are new players who are playing PoE for the first time or really only watch my channel and a handful of others, I want to make sure that all of you are exposed to them because these people are great, okay? Some of them...
I just... Like this, the intro kind of makes it seem like it's gonna be informational people, right? Because why would you mention, like, starter build debates, whatever? It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, I'm just saying. But I think the video is just people he likes. Gun? I don't know. MF guy? What's he gonna do this league with item quantity removed? Tier list? I don't know. I don't think putting tier lists out this league is very good. You can make a tier list for like day 1 and then beyond day 1 we have no idea. I didn't look too hard into it. There's not too many videos to pick apart this league. I don't know. I feel like YouTube's slacking. Yeah, I mean, trees. I mean, those are arm sounds. Treasure Cat's gone. He deleted his YouTube. My favorite PoE videos so far for this league? I mean, how could I say anything except for the Lance video? No. Does it have the actual run in it?
Alright, guys. Cool, right? 12 seconds here. He needs to complete 11 actions during those 12 seconds. Gem swap. Ring swap. Praxis goes in. Double Praxis for mana cost. That was the phase 1. And now he's tattooing movement speed onto every dex node that he can. Boom.
Oh.
And he's entering Act 2 in 4 minutes and 48 seconds.
And there you go. And you might notice that
bazooka.
yeah, it's +2 seconds.
half of the PoE thumbnails are now AI generated. Are they? Isn't it at the what? What? I haven't noticed any other than like Mathful.
Oh no, he lost time, but actually, he gained time because think about all the time that he spent equipping gear.
His channel's still up. No new. Wait. His channel's still up. No new. What do you mean? Treasure cat? No, it's not. It's gone though. What do you mean? You're baiting me. Slayer last? I have no idea what last rate of butchering is.
Here, specking nodes and stuff like that. All of that only plus 2 seconds, and now Act 2 is basically just running, nothing but blasting. He has nothing else to do in Act 2. Like we spent
surfboard
weeks and weeks preparing, planning, doing science, doing other stuff, all for this. Where can we equip the gear? When is the downtime? So we can save a lot of time, and this is just a pure blasting, nothing but blasting happening.
This is the culmination of basically hundreds of hours of testing, crafting, practicing, layouts, trying different builds,
My God,
all
dude.
that, like to arrive at
And
this.
now
run.
you would think, could we just go all the way to 44 here and equip a Mage Blood? And the answer is yes, we could. We did that before, we tested that. But the time that we spent getting to 44 was simply not worth versus the movement speed that we have right now. The character right here, it is fast enough that it's simply not worth to go all the way to 44 and get all that movement speed. You can just finish the Act 2 just really fast, as it is. So
the zones are so fast that just a few Quicksilver flasks that he have is more than enough, and if he just presses them, then you know Mage Blood doesn't really provide much there. So yeah, I would have thought Mage Blood earliest as possible would be the best, and they actually tried that, but it is not the case.
It is just simply not the case. Oh yeah, and you guys remember Weaver? How long does Weaver take for you guys? A lot? Some?
Don't blink.
What about like instantly? What about that? Pretty good, huh? Yeah.
Imagine how much time he could save if he moved closer to Texas.
We're under level of league start. I love it.
Oh yeah, and the
stance
switching.
switching. Good question.
The stance
Perfect.
switching. Good question. Remember the anoint that he showed at the start of the video? It says it grants you onslaught every time for 4 seconds when you switch stances. So yes, he is switching stances every 4 seconds to keep the onslaught going permanently, and this was huge because we had like onslaught from Q, like just a chance, and that chance was just not consistent enough. But this is just permanent, and this was actually what made Mage Blood at level at Act 2 not worth. Like this change alone, because the movements are just too big.
Which run is this?
You also may have missed it a little earlier. The Kraken was helped. One of the few things in the history of PoE probably that Kraken was the bandit help of choice.
Yeah, the Kraken help is not just because of the movement speed, it's because going back to town and talking.
You're a feared boss, and you just get some fucker going 85 miles per hour on a surfboard.
It also costs
gives you
like
and
5-6
away.
seconds, and just clicking help on one of the bandits is just way faster. So it is quite nice that we
this is fresh start, but you clicked Creighton.
actually have a bandit that grants us movement speed, but otherwise it was just to save time. And yes, he dings 29 here, which is actually quite decent because on the Act 3 he's gonna prepare the XP for Docks, I believe, and in Docks he's gonna do the next, it's gonna be just the next level up zone. So getting 29 here was actually pretty good. It's basically just saving us time on the further act. So it's just a level that we don't need to worry about. So yeah, here's just getting ready for the pit stop number 1. That's what we say. Just getting
Was 2 socketed cold, Abyssal socketed 10 int 3, yeah.
ready for the pit stop number 1. That's what we say. It's just
Dude, imagine if Delve Gloves were still in the game.
gonna dump all the gear very fast on the stash and grab the new gear sets. And of course, this fight is not as instant as the other ones, but good enough. And
no going down
That is a
phase.
slower kill on that guy
so
than I was
he's done with
expecting, actually.
Grabs just a few more omens, and Act 3 begins with -14. Let's go.
Yeah,
Nice. 14 seconds ahead of his best time. 9 minutes 40. He's doing the Clarissa animation skip. We almost missed it. If you help Clarissa and then you run away, you can skip the animation of her slowly standing up. This is only worth if you have really fast movement speed. And of course he does, so it's worth it for him. So after the second biggest downtime in the entire run, Vol over Soul, 27 seconds,
So ridiculous,
he's in
dude.
Act 3. He made it into the crematorium. Is to fight Piety here, and we're about to witness. He left a portal at the grate, you might have seen, and equipped a weird gem that he's about to use right now after this fight. He swaps a flask, and then he kills his character to res in town, take the key, go back into his own portal that he left at the grate. This is a multiplayer strategy, but he's doing it single player. He kills himself with a Forbidden Rite gem. This is a death skip, the first of the run. There will be 2 more of this at later acts. Alright, of course he's not doing the side quest here for the extra point. He's just pathing straight to Docks, the next big all-flame level. The goal for Docks is level 38, and he's working on his XP bar. You see, he's slowly killing stuff for the 4-second rule, but he's also working on his XP bar to get it as close to 100% as possible, so that as soon as he enters the zone that he wants to XP in, the Omen, which gives him 100% XP bonus, procs. So here he is at Docks, setting up all of the All-Flames, and then he has an Omen in his inventory that will proc as soon as he levels and give him 100% XP buff. And now we get some Giga levels in Docks. There it is.
Look at
level
that bar
30.
go up.
So he started at level
And he's
29
already
in
over
Docks.
leveled. He's already
Nice,
over
strong
leveled.
box. Ring swap.
Yeah.
And a very nice shrine,
Dude, look
which
at the
helps the
XP
XP
bar,
here.
holy.
He gets the speed shrine. That is amazing. He gets the sulfide for the quest.
Should a speed shrine.
Level 36, level 37. He really wants to get one more. And there is plenty of mobs here, so he can actually do it. Level 38, he gets even more. Slightly over 38.
You know what? The best run I've seen is the one that's the level
And
100
then
speed run.
he moves on to quest.
Quandra.
He's
The
going to
level of
hot swap
coordination
bows
that have is
from here on out
crazy.
on every big boss for big damage. Otherwise, he's using the level 1 bow with the Abyssal Socket for the movement speed. And for the bosses, he's gonna use a 900 DPS bow that we crafted. It's a quad implicit, best possible tiers. Actually, it's missing, I think, 1 tier fire. It's
What,
like
Reddit wants PoE to
5,
be
5,
here?
6 or something like that. Ellie
Yeah,
with
that's
4
what I'm saying.
implicits.
Why don't they just play Force
He's gonna be killing the bosses with that. He is not weapon swapping it, because that messes up his hotkeys, so he actually keeps that bow in his inventory and swaps it in for the bosses when necessary. Let's see.
Yeah, this is my league starter for sure.
He has momentum in links, so that whenever he's actually stopping and fighting a boss, then he gets a little burst of movement speed after.
You just gotta
I think there's a
start
little
this, right? There's
downtime
no
here,
way you
so if there's
can.
any questions about what's going on so far, ask away, guys, and we'll try to answer them. The next transition is going to be a Dominus phase transition. There's going to be some downtime there. Quick question, does he have the co-pilot with nose like rally drivers have? A lot of these runs, that was Bazooka. He's with him on Discord.
Co-pilot like
Samir,
rally
you're breaking the car, you know the meme? That's him. He's like, oh, you forgot to tattoo this one thing, you forgot to swap this one gem. Here's the rally driver.
Dude, imagine
helper.
doing this in last epoch. You'd have 2 FPS and your game would just crash.
Extraordinary. I've been there for a few runs, but I'm more of a passive observer. I didn't want to, you know, bother him during the runs, but I think I called out a couple of things here and there. But that's
basically.
Yeah.
Basically, like it's way too much to remember like everything. So whenever I was noted, fuck, he forgot to equip haste. Like it happened in the climb. Like he equipped haste like way too late. It happens with things like that.
Yeah, like he has to he has to control this character at this insane speed, read the layouts at really fast because he like enters them so fast, knowing like where to go. Sometimes you go into a dead end and you lose like 10 seconds, which is a lot in a run like this. So layout RNG is still like one of the biggest parts in the like the success of this run after a certain point when you have like insane gear and insane practice. So you can still lose
Dominus, probably
20-30 seconds per act on like good versus bad layouts, maybe even more, maybe even 40 seconds per act. So there's still quite some RNG involved.
So it's about like 20-25 seconds per act on RNG alone.
He has a really good computer, and of course he's playing on a Canada East. Sometimes he played on Texas. I think he's closer to US East. So
if he was like by the Texas servers, load
so he's
speeds would be
playing on
way
the East
faster.
servers. This zone is full of doors, which no matter how fast you are, you have to stop and click and open them. That takes a lot of mouse accuracy. So this one is, you know, he makes it look easy, but you know, clicking all these doors fast and going in after is not that easy. And finally here is a Dominus. He's about to spec dual socket for brutal restraint for 20% movement speed. He swaps to the damage bow.
It looks like it's sped up.
And then
look at
movement
that.
speed. He's about to
Look at
spec
fast he switches out the
dual
bow.
socket
Like unironically, if you blink,
for
you miss
brutal
it.
restraint for 20% movement speed. He swaps to the damage bow. And then Dominus phase transition. It's 15-second downtime. He's gonna use that to tattoo some more movement speed and add his brutal restraint. He has the points for it. He's specking it. And then he specs that. So I think it's also movement speed. Oh, yeah, that's the movement speed, yeah. Moves his omens. He puts in Calling Strike. He swapped Inspiration, I think, to his gems as well.
Yo,
He's tattooing the movement
One of the hardest parts of speedrunning is actually like managing your inventory and shit.
And Dominus is ready to be killed. Bow swap. And he made it to Act 4. 16 minutes, 36 second Aqueduct. Bazooka?
4 seconds saved, yes. So, to put it in contrast, he had all the points from docks, right? He had like 8 extra points from docks. And he waited until now, basically, to spec all those points. The difference between specking the points there and what happened in Act 1, that he got the points and instantly got it, is he gets to use the movement speed for the entire Act 2 and mid Act 3. He specs stuff on Act 1, but now in Act 3 the difference is just 5, yeah, it's 5 instances or zones, so it's just not worth to stop.
Full
and
screen
get,
explosion,
like,
level up MPX.
40,
That wouldn't be distracting.
yeah, it's 40 movement speed that he gained on the last one, so that's why he doesn't stop. And now, same thing that happened in Act 1.
Okay, but this is okay. This is what I mean. Like, think of how many cool races that GGG could do. Imagine a race like this where you're just given this gear and everybody races. Wouldn't that be cool? I don't know. There's so many cool things.
Act 3, you got all the levels, all the movement speeds. So in Act 4, you have basically just blasting to do. Here, like, this is not normal. He wouldn't stop for this normally, but because that ghost was in the way, he can just grab it, talk to Tsuni, and it takes like 3 seconds to talk to
erases
Tasuni,
there and goes
and
to the
those
same
3 seconds is basically
conditions?
one last
Yeah.
level that he needs to do later, so it's actually just saving time. So instead of finishing the run at level 52 or 53, it's -1 level, which is
Holy,
holy,
what was that, dude? He just completely, well, that was some tech, dude. I haven't seen that. He completely, dude, I thought I was cool with leap slamming through these, like boom, boom. But he just did some, he just completely skipped these. Usually you go to like door to door. That one,
-1 level.
dude, I'm gonna need to slow that one down. You have to zoom in for it. I want to see him do the Calm's dream skip.
What did he just do here? The blink arrow skip.
Yes, the blink arrow skip.
Yep.
It was so fast, like he just missed like, everything. It's too fast, man.
It's too fast.
It
So
happens.
there's these cages where you get locked for like a 30-second combat, but if you blink arrow to a certain spot, you can skip the event from happening. If you blink arrow to like the middle side and then the end, then the entire event is skipped. You can do it on that zone.
I believe there's videos explaining
I
all,
never
all
even
of those
tried to do
skips,
the
by way.
Cam skip.
Okay.
I wouldn't do this in the league start. I always get the XP there.
It's a good
He said, Havoc talking about the Cam skip earlier, he said he keeps a post-it note on his monitor to know where his mouse goes.
The zone when you're actually playing the game normally. So it's a bunch of bloom up spawns. So
He is just checking the tree, see if everything is correct. He noticed that he's missing a tattoo here, I believe. That's what he's looking for.
Is it the unnatural one?
Yeah, it's just the unnatural one, I believe. He's gonna get it later. So there's no way to phase skip that is so, but it is what it is. And
Well,
now,
here it comes.
coming up next, it's
Here it comes.
another very famous area for a very famous
I don't know, you gotta like
skip that
zoom
we
in and
already
have your
saw in
mouse
the
on like a
intro.
perfect point or
And
something.
we're just looking for
I've
it.
never
Here.
even tried
It's
it.
gonna happen now. Maybe. Oh, there you go. The zoom in. Boom.
Oh my god, dude.
Gonna happen now. Maybe.
You gotta give that a slow down.
Oh, there you go. The zoom in. Oh, one shot. Oops. Pretty good. Now also here. Also a nice
Very
skip.
nice pathing.
It saves quite a long time, honestly. And all this time he's just spamming Q, swapping stances to get the onslaught going. It's quite insane actually. Bomb just falls off. GG.
This is 0.25.
I will 100% use that. Good luck. That thing is actually way harder than it looks, man. Like the fact that he can do it every time, one try, one shot, is quite impressive, honestly.
that zone read wasn't. I would have just kept going straight for sure. The fact that he knew to turn left there, that was very impressive.
Dude, fuck this. Going through this zone with the speed.
Okay, so more blasting going, and this axe is actually quite fast now because, you know, not only all the movement skills, just because we actually have nothing to worry about. Usually we would XP in Darissa, but because of the new strats, we can completely skipping XPing in this act and this.
Imagine Bleed's scales and move speed and he just gets blood and he dies.
See the time save is
Look at this here. This
quite
is like
big, yeah.
the first downtime in the run where he doesn't have to do anything. He's
Look
actually,
at
for the
this
first time in 21 minutes, he's sitting there
Look at the
and
movement.
waiting.
Boom, boom. Did you see it?
Oh my god.
Oh my god, this
Crazy.
pattern is so good. And again, it's faster to go back here. I always go all the way around.
Yeah,
That's
the-
just wrong.
The character now The character is so fast that it's simply not worth to open a portal and click the waypoints. The load screen takes too long.
Yeah. But there is a door in the way. But he defeated it.
No doors. Oh yeah, and he removes the gem there to do
Here's
a phase skip, basically. Oh yeah, and
Unspect from those movement speeds.
That
the
is
2%
so fine.
movement speed there. Yeah.
He tattoos that one point, which only activates with unnatural, and then unspecs it so that it activates with unnatural. 2% movement speed. Almost dies here.
At what point he'd start taking damage? He just is.
I fucking know, dude. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Habits run.
Oh, damage? What damage?
There you go, back into the movement
Unlucky.
speed.
Never mind. What is damage? Who needs damage? Movement speed, bro.
You just unspec some damage for more movement speed.
And yes, if you have enough damage, you can do this. Just kill the hearts and heal at the same time. And there you go. Look at the time: 22:48.
But
49.
Oops.
Oh yeah, that happens.
Little mistake.
Little
there.
mistake. Yeah.
And here's the extra 2 seconds to Sumi for the book.
Good.
Saves a little later. But that was beautiful underwalking. Yeah, I can't do it.
Level 40 on here is actually great.
This here, he actually skips the
Yeah.
that skips the bridge. That's crazy. I didn't even know you could do that until I watched these runs. I always go through the bridge.
Time save minus 39.8.
Beautiful progress here.
Okay,
take it over.
This would be the time I fight Brutus. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's in
I'm
Act
like
5.
at the end of Act 1 at
almost.
this time. Without gear.
Alright.
I'm curious where if you like, I don't know, if I just had this gear, what time
He's
I
waiting
would
for the
get.
ladder skip, and then the final pit stop in Act 5. He's dumping the stuff he doesn't need, and he picks up everything else that he will use for the rest of the run. Gloves, helm, enhanced 3 for 45, flasks for Mage Blood, and the next goal is Chamber of Innocence, level 50. And then it's gonna be an insane Innocence fight.
I'm too lazy, dude.
That fight is the longest downtime fight in the entire game for everyone, no matter how fast you are. So it only makes sense to do the most amount of swaps during that, because you're just stuck there fighting anyway. So he set it up so that that's where he's gonna do all the swaps. And Chamber of Innocence is the best XP zone.
Dude, I'm gonna, if I take the gear, I'm gonna be like trying to go so fast I'm gonna accidentally fucking delete it. I'm not touching this gear.
In the entire campaign,
dude.
basically.
I'm
It's
cursed.
incredibly dense.
I'll be like trying to manage my inventory really fast and I'll just fucking delete it.
Long.
By accident,
So-
like I'll click off the screen and then just gonna pop up the message and I'm like, oh shit, and then I
It
click
makes
delete.
perfect sense to do the last XP push
No
there.
doors?
He got
No
really
doors?
lucky with doors in this zone. He only got one at the start and then none later on. And there he is, entering Chamber of Innocence at 24 minutes and 48 seconds. Only 3 mob types, fully all flamed, and it's time to pop off in XP. Level 42, 43.
What level he gets to here.
Lots of blue packs on the sides. 44. Mage Blood could be equipped anytime now, but he doesn't need to hurry. He can just do all the swaps on the boss.
Drama, I delete them
46.
here, dude.
Essence Mob is not worth opening. Look at this Innocence. 48. 49.
Jesus, dude.
And he actually gets a little extra here. The goal is 50. He could go to the boss right now at 50, but he goes down and gets some extra XP here because this zone is just so good with the all flames. So he gets a few bars in a few seconds. And now the longest boss fight
When you're doing
Actually,
some
Kitava
big
might be
XP
longer, I'm
strats,
not sure,
yeah,
but one of the
so
longest
funny
boss
to
fights.
watch the
Mage Blood
XP
goes
bar.
on, and it's time for the
Even
flasks.
just like with the,
this is a 14% movement
the
speed
shrine
implicit,
strat
so a
last
perfectly rolled 12% implicit Mage Blood, catalyzed with speed catalyst, so it's 14% movement speed.
I thought he'd use there for a second. I was thinking game line.
And the flasks
Massive
are
tree.
movement speed, attack speed, resist, bleed immunity, and chill immunity. He specs
As a lead
Farsight
starter.
for proc speed and Farsight for the proc speed bow damage mastery. He swaps in Focused Ballista. He swaps, once he has the stats, he swaps in new gloves.
Inventory management is so
And from here on out,
fast.
he's gonna use the new bow, the phase run automation. There is the bow that he's been having in his offhand the entire run, so his hotkeys don't get messed up. And now he can weapon swap from the phase run bow to the damage bow with actual weapon swap, instead of hot swapping from the inventory every time. So now he has enough stats from the bow. He puts in
They
the
should
new helm,
take Innocence Fire and just double
the
its
new
speed.
gloves, the new chest, which is
Like
not
everything's just double.
Queen of the
give 'em
Forest.
turbo.
They are just skin transfers, so that
this
he
is
can differentiate
Leon
them.
Spuma.
Both of those chests are Fox Shades. They just have different gems, pre-prepared, pre-qualified, pre-leveled to the appropriate levels. Highwayman goes on, which has a mana on hit corruption. It's insane for mana sustain. And Innocence is finally dead. At 27:30, he's ready to pop off with the final setup.
That was time lost. You went in the wrong room. Dude, this, oh my god, this zone with this speed is a nightmare.
So the bow has
This zone, dude.
a very interesting setup. It has phase run and withering step on it with automation support. Now, if you wanted
That
to use
sounds a
these two
nightmare.
gems manually, they would put each other on cooldown. However, if you link them to automation, you can use both of them at the same time. So he can phase run and withering step, which gives him elusive for insane speed. And they don't actually put each other on cooldown.
Speed is
They both
ramping.
work. So
It's getting stuck on a lot
that is
of stuff
big
now.
technology. He gets the staff.
Wanted
and
to
it's
make
time
Leaf Slam work.
for an Act
Imagine
5
the things you
Kitava.
get stuck on.
Very
Oh,
soon.
God.
He's here. Hey, Havoc. Look at that. He's
This
just
zone's
phase
not
running.
too bad to go through. This
Very
one's
nice
great.
linear zone here. He got a very similar one actually later on for the Act 10 one. A little bit of inventory management, some downtime. Boss is climbing up.
But
Final
every
check
time
on
he
the
opens
tree.
his passive tree, I think the game crashes.
Everything seems to be in order. I think next he's gonna spec Primeval Force probably, and then Inversion Mastery later. Double checking the gems. Heart instantly melts. That is not a rot gut, it's just a different Quicksilver so he can
the
differentiate
gear
them.
was?
It's just a skin
I don't know.
transfer. He's
Someone
not
said
using a
10
rot gut.
years.
He's not using a unique flask. It is a regular Quicksilver. Just so that he knows which one is the later one, which one to put on the Mage Blood swap. It's a perfectly, 7% effect, perfect Quicksilver.
To the time, to the pace.
21 years.
There it is. There's a little downtime here, but it's basically a half an hour Act 5 Kitava on a not an Act 5 run. So this is once again not a run that's trying to min-max for Act 5 Kitava, but he gets an Act 5 Kitava in 30 minutes and 5 seconds.
But it cannot be extinguished.
And he's set up to go to Act 10. He doesn't need to do anything else, just cruise. So,
Dude, he's
Act
got a minute
6,
ahead of his last one.
take it away, Bazooka.
And then, now the build is complete. There is
Was
very few
logging out there really faster than him just running
things
there?
for him to do. He's just gonna fix the XP here on the next zone real quick, so he can have all the damage and all the movement speed at the same time, so he doesn't need to respec the movement speed for damage and bosses. So he's just gonna fix the XP real quick. He only needs
Maybe it's like a...
1 level, I believe,
tenth of a second or something. That's better.
Yes.
1 is the goal for inverted mastery.
Yes.
I guess
Because
every little
now
thing counts.
He only gonna need 1 extra skill point from Aramir in Act 7, I believe. And there you go, he's gonna have everything.
When I do this in chamber, Evan's asking, he full cleared chamber. There was basically nothing else to get there. I think he killed everything. He even went down after the final, you know, the blue room pack. He even went down and killed everything there, and it was not enough. So he
Basically,
had to fix
Evan,
somewhere.
he does this.
I mean, there's some
it
like
was a
really
choice between doing
expensive builds
this
that
and
need
killing
mirrors,
the white
but
beast in Act 7.
there's no
and
real
this was the
reason to do
choice.
those builds other than to spend the mirrors.
And he even got lucky with the +1 skill point on the way with the in the mines. So he could have had to kill even more here. Not that much more, like half level there with all flames is fine. It's like 10 seconds, but getting the skill point on the way in like 5 seconds and talking to the Sunni, that was better. So.
Yeah, that leveling up there was
going
not
above
planned,
like
by the
100
way.
divs
It was
is
just
kinda just for the
improvised
meme
that we
for most
needed to
stuff.
do, which was happened in basically every run that we did. Because the XP is never static. It's always changing because all flame has the pack, the 1 to 3 or 2 to
pack
7.
size,
So
zone density,
pack
layout.
size, zone
There's a
density.
lot of things that influence it.
So here, for example, we discover like an insane skip on this boss. Like we can skip Brutus doing those 3.
Does he wait? Do you not get hit if you stand there, or is he just praying he doesn't get hit with evasion? Hold on, is that like an actual attack?
On this boss, like we can skip Brutus doing those 3 slams. We just insta dies and insta goes away. And same for Shavs, but sadly the RNG gods didn't smile on us on this one. But yeah, this is basically the worst case scenario fight that we actually have to do the entire fight. But it's still very fast, and the time losses basically within the calculations. And now look at the zone, it is actually so good. It was so fast and so short. So the movement speed number, assuming everything is up and we have maximum elusive effect, is about 600.
I gotta test that. Hold on. There. What's a fast character I have? There we go. Foot juice. I gotta test that. Oh, but he's dead. Never mind, I'm not testing it. Wait.
The time nor the
Wait, I don't know. Does he respawn? I've never done this. Because the gate's gonna be open, right? I don't know. He should be there. Holy, what are these load screens? Imagine if I did that run with these load screens. Oops, wrong zone. What am I planning to league start?
My mana is spent.
Well, that's a good question. Either something melee or archmage, those are the 2 options. I'm going on a snail. Is it up here?
I must have time to gather.
Oh no. Some melee or fallback's archmage if I can't settle on a melee. I don't know, let's see. Wait, this is hardcore. I don't want the character to die. Okay, surely I'll see if he does damage to me, right? I have no evasion? I have some evasion.
I shall not suffer this humiliation again.
Just stand here? Where is it? Hey. Hey. I don't think this is right. Bitch. Why does he walk over here? I gotta watch that again.
And the time lost that we actually have to do the entire fight. But this RNG gods didn't smile on us. But insta dies and we can skip cover like an insane skip on this boss. Like we can.
I guess
skip,
it's because he does enough damage.
Brutus doing those 3 slams.
So we instant. I don't know. Well, I'm not looking for the skip. I'm trying to see, or if you stand in that specific spot, does it not hit you? Wait, his HP went down.
Just insta dies and insta goes. Skip like an insane skip on this boss. Like we can skip.
Damn it.
Same for
Never mind.
Shavs, but sadly the RNG.
I didn't know. I thought he didn't get hit.
Up, and we have maximum elusive effect is about 658, 59, something like that. And no, it lip slamming it's not faster, no matter how much attack speed.
Melee
because
specialist.
think about it. Imagine you having to control
this
lip
forest.
slamming,
Dodging all of those trees. Good luck
all
with
of those
that.
trees. Like imagine lip slamming here, like the amount of brain power that you need to, you know. But versus running, that you actually don't need to use your brain. Does not cost mana, by the way. Running does not cost mana. That's a big deal. And you just use your eyes just to read the layout. Like running is just so OP. It's kind of crazy. So right here is the best thing in the game. Having to wait to do this kind of thing, and now he's just gonna double check his tree. He got the mana leech. The mana leech is kind of important, honestly, because the mana is not perfect. Sadly, it was impossible to figure out. It is what it is. So if you guys have questions, like now is the time.
I don't know. Probably. Yeah, I'm so glad they're fixing that next patch.
Yeah, everyone hates the zone. No people running. Leap slamming on paper is faster? Yes, if we had task, would not be leap slam, would be lightning warp actually, because lightning warp goes further than leap slam, and you can scale cast speed
more gas speed than attack speed.
Yes. And it's all on ranger, by the way, because action speed is via
You
OP,
have to, like,
and
click it at an
scaling is
angle
just the best way to get
or
action speed. Every other class only have access to action speed via Sublime Vision Haste, you have 10% action speed. Just insanely good. So, ranger is just the best class for speedrunning anything, actually. Attacks or caster. And we're gonna see caster run later, because it's kind of fun to do, but, you know. Running now requires 20 meters. No, 21 meters. Minus 1 meter on that jewel. By the way, that 1 meter that we spent on the jewel was only equipped for.
I think you did mess it up the first time. You messed it up. You did. You messed it up the first time.
That jewel. By the way, that 1 meter that we spent on the jewel was only equipped for less than 5 minutes. Just saying.
Worth. Okay, you missed the beacon skip.
Oh yeah, the beacon skip, yes, it's the exact same skip as the... But it's a skip on Act 3, like basically you click the thing, you go off screen, and you force spawn the guy
down there.
The Wayland, yes, and then the Wayland spawns before the boat, and it only works because we have enough movement speed. I don't think you can do this on your normal character. Maybe if you have like with Blink Arrow, maybe you can do it, and if you're fast enough, but it is very hard to do on a normal character. But here we have like a lot of movement speed, so it's definitely the plane. It saves like 5 or 6 seconds, yes. No, Smoke Mine can't do it. We tried Smoke Mine, a lot to save time there. Like, we tried smoke mine and what's the time thing with temporal chains?
Green screen is never
Temporal
right.
Rift.
Temporal rift, yes, we tried temporal rift too. You need to be like, there's some line of sight thing. It just doesn't work. So we tried, but it just doesn't work. Sadly.
Thank you.
It is what it is.
I turned off alerts for the run, of course.
Okay, unlucky. So, boss fight very long, unlucky, but it is what it is. And we lost 3 seconds because of that. Because of layouts, honestly. It is what it is. Oh no, it was not layouts, it was the boss fight. We didn't skip. So that was the time loss.
Alright,
Still
made it to
very big.
Act 7. Oh, this zone. In the next patch, if you walk past this waypoint, you're gonna activate it. I always forget to pick this up and I have to path back from town every time when I run X7 in my campaign runs. Alright, there's not much skips here. It's just a lot of layout reading and nice execution. There'll be one tiny skip to blink arrow over this
this
secret
would be a
passage.
good run for
So
that
we can
event.
have some chat questions here. So if anyone has
Pretty
any questions,
entertaining to watch.
put them in chat. We'll try to answer them. He can definitely get hit by stuff. Mobs, you know, he's going way too fast.
Thank
so
you.
mobs generally just don't have time to react to him being there. But if he gets stuck, he blink arrows in the middle of a pack, he can definitely die. And, you know, if you're not taking waypoints, which he's usually not, except this one here, the run is basically over. You're back 2, 3, 4, 5,
like
6
the
zones.
non-PoE
back to the
players
town
watching
of
it
the
wouldn't
current
be able to
act that you're in.
comprehend what's
So
happening.
he grabs the map, he goes into the Mulligaro fight. This has a lot of downtime, can't really skip anything in there. You just have to fight the boss. There's a lot of chaos damage involved. But he has pretty good damage, so I think he'll be fine. Puts in a portal just on the off chance that he dies. He will spawn outside here, so it's not that big a time loss.
See, why do people complain about making new characters? You can just go through the campaign in 55
To die
minutes.
here.
So that's not
But
bad
of
at all.
course, it's a time loss nonetheless. How much does each attempt cost? It's basically the All-Flame cost, which the problem is you can't just do infinite of these runs, because those All-Flames are not really available. They are low-level, specific level All-Flames. Look at this Wanderwalk. Takes the key right here next to the entrance. Insane.
Yeah, basically, there are so few All-Flames in the market that I
small
have
blink
to
arrow. Sorry, go
PM
ahead.
people with no
Thank you,
price
Leah.
and just offer them 1 div each. I was basically buying the low-level All-Flames, like level 5, level 6, level 12 for 1 div each. And he uses like about 20 to 30 All-Flames per run. And then the Omens is basically buying bulk. So
Yeah, Omens is easy.
Half
Yeah.
of div each. Maybe sometimes more, maybe sometimes less. It depends.
Yeah.
on
I think I bought like 10, 12 inventories of omens over the course of a few weeks.
Yeah, we
and he went through all of them. Like he's basically out of omens
Actually,
every
looks like
couple of
it's
days.
set up.
So yeah.
Yeah, it's basically like 40 to 50 divines per run per attempt.
Yeah.
Oh
You still
god,
need
this
low-level
zone,
XP
dude.
All-Flames? No.
Holy, he's
I think
navigating it like a pro.
I think he's done with the All-Flame runs. Feel free to correct me, have a in chat if you actually do. I'm sure people can actually farm these if it's lucrative and they're still playing the league. But which omens? He's using the Omen of Brilliance, which is 100% XP upon leveling up for the current zone where the Omen procced. So you want to kind of line up where you're like high XP, like 90%, and then you enter the next zone, kill something, instantly level up, Omen procs, and you're covered for the whole zone. Alright, Firefly action. He gets pretty unlucky with the Firefly spawns here. He misses the last one, I believe. He needs to collect 7 Fireflies. This zone is very RNG. He gets,
Dude,
I think, 5 and 6 here.
Redo the run until he gets a Firefly win where they're
And
all
then
stuck together. You can get like 5.
The last one
all
is
next to
just
each other.
under there, but you can't know that. It could be anywhere. So he's discovering like the whole zone, looking for the last
no.
one. He connects. It's not there. It's
Oh,
all the
God,
way. It was right down here. Pretty unlucky, but it's like a 10-second time loss. Not the end of the world. Especially considering that he's 1 minute ahead of his current PB.
As soon as the
So
world record. I don't know
the run
if
continues.
I don't know if this is his best run. He pumped a bunch of them out, and he kept posting on
Just
Twitter
some,
that he like
spider
knocked
pathing
off
here.
a minute, another minute. I don't know. I don't know if this is his fastest one.
So if you look at the time here, it's about to be like 42 minutes. So to do a sub 1 hour run, right? He needs to do 3 acts in 19 minutes. Or 18 minutes. Even less because he's not at the boss yet. One more zone.
GGG, where's my door opening mastery? GGG. We have
many doors.
Chest opening master on caster. Can you have attack? Door opening master.
Can we have a movement? If you have enough movement speed, the doors just open. You just glide through them.
Yeah, you become Juggernaut.
Yeah.
If you do that much damage to the spider, he should just die. I feel like that should be a thing for going through the campaign. If you do enough damage to something by the time it phases, like you do like 5 times its HP, it just doesn't do the phase. It
Alright,
just
Silk
dies.
gets eaten by the spider. He gets Primeval Force. 1 more point to the Inversion Mastery.
Huge melee buff, yeah. Exactly 1k HP, yes.
And there it is. 42,
pointed.
38. 1 minute 18 seconds ahead. So you remember how bad the spider, the Firefly zone was? He still gained 18 seconds from his previous PB during that act. That's how good of a pace he's on right now. He's entering Act 8 town at under 43 minutes. And now it's your turn.
50-50. Do you go left or right, chat? Sadly, lost the 50-50. Unlucky. Run is over. Go next. Anyway, so
I'm looking at my next
on
league
this act, you're
starter.
gonna
It's,
have
this is Reign of
one
Arrows,
more
Warden.
death skip. Do you remember the death skip from Act 3? It's gonna happen again.
Pretty
Where do you
crazy.
think it is? It actually saves
Look at this. This is the
an
league
insane
start.
amount of time from doing things normally. And this one, you guys can do it for yourself.
That circle,
so
that's a
keep
Warden
your eye out.
ascendancy.
It's gonna happen.
That yellow circle.
The
that's a
surfboard
new
is an
Warden thing.
MTX. It's from a supporter pack from the last league. I believe it's still available in the store. It's not in a mystery box. You can just get that. No,
of course,
no.
Promenade way. Promenade.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm actually gonna do this next league, honestly. I'm gonna have like a huge movement speed character and carry people through acts because it's actually quite fun.
Okay.
Which reminds me, when are you gonna do your run?
I don't know about that. TBD.
Because I did mine already, and it was not with all the gear that we have right now, but with the previous gear, I actually beat the old world record from Tai Killer. I managed to hit a 1 hour 18,
Yeah.
sorry. The world record was 1 hour 24. That's pretty good. 3 months later, we'll see. It's gonna happen, guys. I'm sure of it. Oh, this
nerfed?
route was
My league starter.
a decent read. We
Yeah,
didn't get
there is a
stuck, but
lot
it's
of
long.
possible backtracking on this layout, and he actually only got some short dead ends like that instead of like entire
I thought that
whole
was
sections.
completely dead end. I thought
Very
it would
nice.
go the other way.
He drops a portal there. I think that's just a safety.
Yeah, it was just safety because this
zone is scary.
This zone is actually quite scary because he can potentially miss a blink or a dash, and he doesn't have phase run anymore, and he only has 1k HP, and he can die if he gets unlucky. Oh, don't blink, guys! Don't blink or you miss it. Keep your eye out.
Look at him go, dude. Holy.
Did you see it? Did you see it?
Drop the portal.
Every time, like we're doing runs, like me and I'm on Discord, and I look. Wait, did you forget to place a portal? And no, it just happens, and you didn't even see it. Like it's there for
so
like
fast.
2 frames.
So this league or this patch, they added a button to Portal. It's the last button on your keybinds. If you scroll down to the very bottom, you can keybind your Portal scroll in your inventory. Not a Portal gem, the Portal scroll. If you have a Portal scroll in your inventory and you press that
Die with
keybind, it opens a portal without you having to
Forbidden
open
Writing
your
in to
inventory
get
and
to
click it.
town?
Very nice feature.
Look at this layout. So this layout was actually so good.
Damn, perfect, perfect, man.
And now, Sun Orb and oh, is that? Wait, what
He
does
died,
he die?
guys.
Oh.
Yeah, he's
Right
right back
merge
to the
now.
There
boss.
you go. GG, the
I'm wearing
technology.
Halloween costume from last year.
So bad.
So bad.
Nope.
It's a picture of a moth and
It's
it said,
perfect.
y'all got any more of those
Hardcore.
clamps?
The second death skip of the run. There is only one
Was
more.
that on purpose? What do you think?
Why do you think he put a portal there earlier?
Oh my god, what the fuck, man? GG noob.
Alright, look at this. Look at this straight BA. One cross at the start,
No,
and
it's
then
a
one
moth.
cross at the end, and then one more back. And he's
Why
in
is
down.
it BA?
What an
That guy's
amazing
gotten so
BA.
fast time.
I can't believe Hemep makes such a big mistake. That is definitely not a hardcore viable angle. Alright, Act 9,
It's just Subway
47 minutes. So yeah, all flames are a very limited resource, so he couldn't just do infinite runs. So these runs were very limited. Every part had to be practiced, and you can no longer D-level. So if you want to practice a particular zone over and over again, you can just layout practice and, you know, look at the layout and run it. But if you want to kill and practice, like, okay, I want to spec this here, I want to spec this here, you can't D-level anymore. So you actually just have to do full runs and over-level and just time certain segments and compare them against each other to see where you can save the most time. And Havoc has done a lot of that over the last few weeks or months even. So
It was 1 month, yeah.
yeah. Why did they get rid of D-leveling? It's because of heist. So people were D-level.
Dude, he puts Havoc like puts more effort into leveling through Act 10 than I put into the entire league
Because
combined.
you can buy some low tier heist contracts when you like finish the campaign, that level range, and then people would just run those contracts and then D-level themselves and then keep running those cheap contracts that you
I
can
don't
buy
put
from
this
the
much
vendor.
thought into anything
And that
in
was
the entire
they
game.
didn't like that, so they deleted the D-leveling book recipe. So here he's arriving at one of the more dangerous leftover zones in the run. It didn't spawn up there. It spawned down here, the refinery. This place has some discharging mobs that just flicker strike onto you and they can blow you up. He can just literally get one-shotted in this zone if he presses a wrong blink arrow. Gets the boss, TP's out, back to the quarry. Burns the long
insane with all this party playing shit.
and into the belly of the beast. Coming up on Shavs, it's another pretty dangerous boss. Out of the 3, Shavs is the most dangerous. He has to do the 3 mini-bosses before he does the final boss of Act 9. Rotting Core.
Dark Major.
I think he starts with Shav, right? No, it's Doidri first, okay.
To charge the Valorant.
So this is a new zone, but all of these 3 mini zones share the same zone. So he can charge his Val Rain of Arrows by killing us a little bit on the way here. And then he goes up to Shavs. To Shav. With Valroa charged. Pops it. Boss falls over. Very good. And now Maligaro. Little janky layout here. Cannot skip these phases, unfortunately. He will do the images, but it's not too bad. And then the final boss of Act 9. You can skip both of the phases, but it's really, really hard. Not consistent. But skipping one of them is already really good. So, you know, he goes away and spawns some scorpions. He actually dies here, but the boss already went away, so he actually didn't lose any time with that death. That's the first unintentional death of the run. The scorpions come, the boss comes back, and he manages to kill it before he spawns the second round of Scorpions. So I actually got the skip. He waypoints to Act 10 and begins the final act of the campaign at 51 minutes.
Dude, 5.5 minutes per act on average.
There we go. And don't panic at the time loss, guys. It is like we said before. There is insane amount of RNG on this layout. We actually got before some such crazy times on this Act 8 and Act 9 that losing like 5 to 10 seconds here is actually still pretty good. And
wait, you can,
this act,
blink arrow that? I didn't know.
This,
dude, I pressed back. I pressed my arrow key back, and I'm back like in the last zone on this video.
And Act 9 that losing like 5 to 10 seconds here is actually still pretty good. And in this act, oh, what was that? A portal. You know what's gonna happen. Another one is the last one actually. So it is still pretty good. And again, doors on GG, please, man, the doors. Do you feel it? Oh wait, doors? Wait, doors? Are the doors?
Look at this. This is what we mean about layout RNG. He could have had like 7 doors here, and he only got 1 at the start. Same as in Act 5.
Had like 2 at the start, 0 doors, man. The doorless. The doorless, man. GG noobs. Crazy, crazy. So we had like stuff like this happen on Act 9 and Act 8, and this is why the time loss, because the PBs on those acts are like just crazy.
80%.
And here we go. This boss actually has some DR. So we learned that during testing, and what?
Oh.
Wait, what? He dies? Why?
He converts Innocence instantly, and he's back where he needs to be. That is 3rd and final death skip with Forbidden Right.
He basically just saves the time of clicking the waypoints. Now, there's one more big skip here that he can get, depending on luck on the layout. Is he gonna get it?
Yeah, do that in hardcore.
I don't think he does.
OP
No, he
strat.
doesn't. No luck this time. He has to run all the way through. You see that loop right there? He could have just skipped that loop with a good layout, but he actually just got a
What is that portal
big
for?
layout. So lucky on the no door zone, unlucky there, and now it is final.
Look at that
Final
beautiful
way.
straight line.
Beautiful
So
straight line.
satisfying.
No getting stuck on the golden ass of innocence.
Yeah.
Rest in peace. And look at the time, 53:34. Just watch the time. Okay,
Every time he
unspecial
opens
movement
his
speed
acid
for
tree.
Mana sustain. Even more mana sustain. He doesn't need the movement speed
The
anymore.
game
so
lags
just
and I
put
think
the
it
practice
crashes.
back. And now the final RNG here is just Kitava attacks RNG, and he actually gonna get decent RNG on the attacks. Not the fire breathing attack, which is way longer than the other ones. Yep. 54. Come on. Faster. Good RNG again. And this is the faster fire breathing attack. Not the best, but not the worst.
Oh, dude, dodging the degen
Then now
ground
the
is
hard.
crazy.
46, 47.
There's the slash dance. And now he's just waiting for the animations. And in 5 seconds.
It's close.
55 0-0. 5 minutes faster than sub-hour run. Now after all this.
Insane.
Maybe.
Okay. Maybe she can be left alone.
Thanks for watching. And
Crazy, dude. Is that as fast as run? He posted some stuff. I think so. Crazy. Like, it's way harder than it looks to go through those zones without getting stuck on every wall. Alright, I'll be right back. Finger smells bad. Okay. Alright, what do I want to do? I don't know. Should I don't know, it's tough to practice like melee leveling. It's gonna be different next week. It's gonna be so different. No, I could do melee run. Could do Flamewood leveling? Jesus Christ. Hmm. Ruthless. No. Try to boot up a Ruthless run real quick. User submitted pobes. I'd be like, yeah, that looks good. Yeah, it looks bad. Next. Looks good. Next. Looks bad. I have like two, I don't know, dude. That's usually how it goes. Looks good. Looks shit. Looks good. That is usually how it goes. What? Get out of here. What the hell is this? Nice. Start the Terraria run? I mean... Not enough time. Next league I will, next league. Maybe. We're in next league? Yeah. Bald lightning.
Where is the DD pop?
Gone. I don't know, is it your league starter? I mean, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Hmm. The Archmage DD is possible. I don't know, playing, what did he play it on? Surely not Hyro. But, unless it is Hyro. Did he go Hyro for it? Where'd he go? Necro? I don't know, I feel like going Archmage on non-Hyros, like, feels bad. It's too late, Illuvium, you missed it. You missed it. Yeah, I mean, Hyro is much slower. Nope, you missed it. I'll do that. People were spamming it too much. So there was a, what's it called? I think like Wendy's is trying this, Rule 34 inflation. I don't know. What is it? Surge pricing. Surge pricing. That's what it is. It'll go down. It'll go down. A new PoE belt yet? No, but you can go to options and update the beta, and it kind of updates some things, but other things aren't updated, so. Yeah, it's surge pricing, dude. Surge pricing. Dan invented the build. It's a Dan build. Dude, the pipe is gonna go down, but it's not surge pricing. Yeah, this is gonna be a really slow couple days till Friday. It's gonna be a slow few days. It's such a huge league, I don't know what I'm gonna do. You leech from minion instability pops and necro. Probably. Probably, I would assume so. I don't see why it wouldn't. See. I don't know, what are some videos I should make? Let me see. Notepad. What's the video list? Let me make a list of things I gotta do. 3.25 videos. Atlas video. Bald lightning video. Flowchart or build flowchart video. Oh yeah, I mean food tier list, of course. Food tier list, of course. How to customize the filter video. Hell no. Route 2 litter box tier list video. Lightning strike warning video? No. I mean, I guess I could like video going over 3.24 meta builds and what survived. I don't know, I guess. The best build of 3.25 video. Definitely not bad. Oh yeah, more drama farming. I mean, I don't know. Should I make a video farming this latest drama? Go over my drama rating paint image. Another D4 bad video. Drama speedrun. Okay, that's actually a good idea. Drama speedrun. Top 10 drama league starters. Link leveling POB. I mean, for this, here you go. That was my Steam. Yeah, I'm gonna make the food tier list guide thingy again. I'll do that. Um. Maybe I'll do, I don't know. Oh, that's a good list for now. That's solid. That's a couple videos. Alright, but wait, get ready for this. You're not gonna believe this. It's over, you missed it. You missed it. Top 5 clips taken out of context. Big bonk start. I mean, not for me, but there's a few out there. Earth shatter. And the league starter snacks aren't published yet. Nobody knows. Well, I'll give you a hint. Coming in at number 1 for the league starter snacks is this giant ball of hair. This is what you need to be in. Start the bidding at $200. Should I put a giant ball of hair on the merch store? I wonder how many balls of hair I could produce per month. Probably a lot. Combining all the cat fur, my hair, and then I'm gonna probably make a lot. Nice passive income. I don't think it's passive if I have to farm the hair. I'm just mixing in everybody's hair. Cat hair, my hair, Amador hair. Maybe I'll even go out into public and try and get some hair. Cutting the product? Oh, shit. You're right. Wait, how did I get to this build? I'm sad the Vol pack thing I was thinking of doesn't work. I mean, Earth Shatter's probably fine as a league starter, yeah. I'm sure it's not bad. Certainly not bad. Surely, right? Listen, this is the Melee League. Hey, thanks for the 9-year resub. Prime Crocodilian. Not a good endgame skill to play with. I mean, if it wasn't a good endgame skill, then it wouldn't be a good skill in general. Get ready for this. Are you ready? Check this out. It's time for a content window. Check this out. Once human. People seem to like this game. Any Once Human enjoyers? I know a lot of people are playing it. Enter game. Select the world. I don't know what's happening. Wait. Settings. Go like this, and then like this. I don't know. Why is okay, I don't know. Let me see, enter game. Let me see here.